Hi fellas, I hope you're doing great today. Well, during the 5th semester of my graduation, I saw one of my seniors working on a project. It was related to telecommunication. And I saw that they were using a couple of computers for their project. And it was not Windows installed on computers. So I asked one of my seniors that this is not Windows, which operating system are you using? And he told me that, man, this is Fedora 4. That was the first moment of my life I saw Linux working on a computer. And it caught my eye. So me and my project members, we decided that we should be working on a project that should use Linux as the core operating system. And fortunately, we found a project that was related to VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol. And in our project, we installed and configured IP multimedia subsystem and asterisk server. And the great news is our project won first position in NUST competition at that time. So when I started my career as a network and support operations engineer, and from that day I worked for a couple of companies on site and remotely, and I found one thing common in all these companies, and it was Linux operating system. Every company was using Linux as their core operating system. In one of my recent companies, we were using Debian 10. In the web hosting companies where I worked as systems administrator remotely, they were using CentOS, Ubuntu for their backup servers, Cloud Linux as their web servers, and CentOS as their cPanel servers. So if you're looking forward to start your career as a DevOps engineer, software engineer, or a developer, Linux is your operating system. You will be working on Linux extensively in your career. And now the developers prefer to have Ubuntu installed on their desktop instead of Windows. So in this lecture, we are going to discuss what is Linux, what are the use cases of Linux, what it's used for, and who is the man behind Linux, and where Linux is used in the top organizations of the world. So let's jump in, fellas. Linux is the best known and most used operating system in the world. Linux is a family of open source Unix-like operating systems based on the Linux kernel. Don't worry, we are going to discuss kernel in detail in the next slide. And that kernel was first released in September 1991 by Linus Torvalds. And it is supported on almost every major computing platform, including 64-bit ARM and SPARC architectures, making it one of the most widely supported operating system. And guys, this is not the fact that Linux only runs on computers and those architectures. The beauty of Linux is that Linux also runs on embedded systems like routers, automation controls, smart home devices, and video game consoles. If you have Tesla, it runs on Linux. My favorite companies, SpaceX and NASA, use Linux to power their rockets and Mars missions. Let me share some examples. Linux has emerged as a popular operating system for web servers such as Apache and Nginx, as well as for network operations, scientific computing tasks, which require huge compute clusters, running databases, desktop and endpoint computing, and running mobile devices with OS versions like Android. If your mobile devices is running Android, it is also based on Linux. So, this man, Linus Torvalds, who is an American software engineer, created the first version of the Linux kernel. Also, he is the founder of Git, which is a distributed version control for source code. Initially, Torvalds wanted to call the kernel he developed as Freaks, but his friend renamed it to Linux. So, Linus plus Unix is equal to Linux. So, Linux has different use cases. And since we know that Linux is highly configurable and depends on a modular design which enables users to customize their own versions of Linux. Since Linux is open source, even you can create your own version of Linux or the distribution of Linux. Linux has different use cases like server OS, which means that Linux is used for web servers, database servers, file servers, email servers, and any other type of shared server. It means that Linux is well suited for all types of server applications. The second use case is desktop OS, which means that Linux can be used for personal productivity computing. Linux is open source and freely available desktop environment for the user. The third use case is headless server OS. What does this mean? It means that Linux is used for systems that do not require a graphical user interface, and they also do not need terminal and keyboard. These headless systems are often used for remotely managed networking server and other devices. The fourth Linux use case is that Linux is used for systems that require limited computing function. Linux is used as an embedded operating system for a variety of applications. For instance, household appliances, Internet of Things, automotive, and network file system appliances. The fifth use case of Linux is that it is operating system which is used for routers, switches, DNS servers, home networking devices, and much more. Linux is also used as software development operating system for enterprise software development because Linux is home to some of the most widely used open source software development tools. For example, Git for distributed source control, Vim and Emacs for source code editing, and compilers and interpreters for almost every programming language. And the last use case of Linux is it is used as cloud operating system for cloud instances. Major cloud computing providers like AWS, Azure, and GCP offer access to cloud computing instances or VMs which run Linux. In addition to that, depending on the application, Linux can be optimized for different purposes such as networking performance, computing performance, deployment on specific hardware, or deployment on systems with limited memory. When we talk about Linux operating system, you will hear that term that it is available under the GNU GPL public license. And what is GNU GPL? It is a software license from the Free Software Foundation that ensures every user receives the essential freedoms that define free software which is free of restrictions. Well, that was the definition, but in simple words, GNU GPL license means that you can use this software for free. Approximately 70% of free software packages are released under this license. So it is also known as GPL, means General Public License, and this license was created to distribute free operating system and free softwares. So the GNU GPL license is also considered as open source license. You don't have to pay a penny for using open source softwares. Alright guys, now let's talk about Linux kernel, which is the main component of Linux operating system. Linux kernel is the core interface between a computer's hardware and its processes. Linux kernel exists within the operating system and it controls all the major functions of the hardware. So in simple words, a kernel is a software which resides in the memory and it tells CPU what to do. Let me explain it with the following diagram. So here your applications are running, your apps, your software, and here it is the hardware, which means that this is your CPU, this is your RAM, and these are I/O devices like keyboard, mouse, printer, etc. So in order to have these devices perfectly communicate with your apps and software, this is where the kernel plays its part. And this is our kernel. Now if we talk about the Linux kernel's responsibilities, that what does this kernel do? The kernel does memory management, CPU management, and devices management. If we dig more, what does memory management mean? That your kernel keeps track of how much memory is used to store what and where. And if we talk about CPU or process management, Linux kernel determines which process, application, or software can use the CPU or central processing unit, when and how long. Kernel is also used as input-output device driver, and it acts as mediator or interpreter between the hardware and processes. In short, if you are asked that what does Linux kernel do, you can simply answer that Linux has the full control over everything in the system. In addition to that, Linux kernel is also responsible for preventing, protecting, and mitigating conflicts between different processes. Now let me explain it with a common example. This is our human brain. This is the stuff I have to do. Now let's take kernel as the human brain. This is our this is kernel, and our daily routine work as software or applications, and the household stuff as the hardware. So just like human brain tells us what to do and what not to do, similarly the kernel tells the hardware and processes what to do and what not to do. There is a common example of reflex action that we studied in biology that happens with us in our daily life. For instance, this is really hot cup of tea and my brain tells me that don't touch it, it's really hot and it will burn your mouth. Will I touch it? No. So just like our human brain is controlling everything we are doing in our life, similarly the kernel is controlling everything that is being done by the hardware and the processes. So without a human brain, there is no human. Similarly, without a kernel, there is no operating system. I hope I am able to clear my point. So for your convenience, I have written the details here as well. And here it is the graphical representation of the kernel. And you can see that kernel is controlling the applications and the hardware of the system. So if you want to revise your kernel concepts, I have written the responsibilities of kernel here, which is memory management, process management, device drivers, and system calls and security. Alright fellas, here is the quick overview of Linux distributions, which are different flavors of Linux, or you can say that different versions of Linux, like Ubuntu, Fedora, Debian, CentOS, Arch Linux, Kali Linux, Linux Mint, and so on. Distributions usually distinguish themselves from the pack by addressing a specific goal, philosophy, function, or target market. Linux is open source, and I have told you earlier that you can customize and create your own distribution. So fellas, we have covered 20% of our Linux chapter, and in the introduction part we have covered Linux history, uses, kernel, and distributions. So in the next lecture we will cover that 80% of the Linux part, which is what is file system, how to install and configure Linux, the directory structure of Linux, files, folders, configuration files, and how to install something on Linux. In addition to that, we will also have a quick overview of bootloader and grub as well. Alright fellas, it is really important for DevOps engineers to know about Linux, and that's what we have discussed in this lecture. What is Linux, what is kernel, and what are the uses of Linux. And in the next lecture we are going to discuss about the Linux directories, Linux file system, how can we install Linux on our system. So something super exciting is coming in the next lecture. Stay tuned. I will watch in the next video. Oh, I really forgot to tell you that. Please don't forget to subscribe my channel. See ya. Hi guys, I hope you're doing great today. This would be our lecture number 4 in our DevOps roadmap. And in this lecture, we are going to install Linux on our personal computer, on our laptop. In our last 3 lectures of our DevOps roadmap, we have discussed what is DevOps, what are the DevOps tools that we should learn, and what is Linux. I was just going through a post on social media and the person stated that, guys, if you want to learn Kubernetes, you have to master Linux. And that's the key point that I have already told you guys, that we need to learn Linux to get started with our DevOps career. Linux is a must, guys, because all those DevOps tools run on top of Linux. If you know Linux, you can get your hands on DevOps tools quickly, because Kubernetes runs on Linux, Docker runs on Linux, Jenkins, CI/CD, and so on. There are many tools that run on Linux, and that's why it is really important to know Linux. So guys, there are different methods to get started with Linux, and I will share all of them in this lecture. So whatever makes you easy, you can get started with it. So the number 1 method would be installing Linux on a VM virtual machine. In this method, you have to install VMware player that is available for personal use, and then we will download the image of our operating system like Ubuntu, and then we will install our virtual machine on VMware. We will have a fully functional Linux operating system on our computer. The second method is to install VirtualBox on your machine, and then we can install Linux on our VirtualBox. We need to download the image for VirtualBox as well. The third way is to make your laptop dual boot. For instance, if you have Windows and you want to have Ubuntu at the same time, so whenever you will turn on your laptop, you will get two options. Either you want to get started with Linux or you want to move with Windows. So when your computer is dual boot, you will have two operating systems on your personal computer. So you will have Windows and Ubuntu at the same time. And the fourth method to get started with Linux is to sign up on a cloud platform like AWS, GCP or Azure, because all these platforms, they provide free tier compute resources for the users. But you would need a credit card to complete the sign up process on these cloud platforms. So if you don't have any credit card or debit card, therefore you cannot get started with these cloud platforms. So as a free solution for students or beginners, I would recommend to install Linux on your VMware player. You will create a virtual machine of Linux and you can play with it at any time. So let me know in the comments which method is more convenient for you. So there are a couple of steps involved in the installation of a Linux VM on VMware. And no worries, I will break them down one by one. So if you have already installed Linux on your computer, you can skip this lecture. And if you have a computer with Windows installed, you need to follow these steps. So guys, in order to have a fully functional Linux operating system on your Windows machine, you need to follow these four steps. First of all, we will download and install VMware Player. Which is available for free for personal use. And then we will download the Ubuntu ISO image from Ubuntu official website. You can install the latest version of Ubuntu, which is I think now 24.04 is available. So once you have the ISO image, you can easily install Ubuntu operating system on the VMware player. The third step is to make sure that virtualization is enabled on your laptop. You will have to go to your BIOS setup and then check the advanced options to confirm if the virtualization is enabled on your computer. And the fourth step would be to install Linux. Alright fellas, our first step is to download the VMware player. So open your browser and write download VMware player on their official site and go to products, and here you can see that we have VMware Workstation Player 17. So I'll click on it and try VMware Workstation Player. Click on it, download VMware Workstation Player, but we will install the one that is for personal use. You can see that VMware Workstation Player is an ideal utility for running a single virtual machine on a Windows or Linux PC. So we will install this one, but first we have to download it, and you can see that the free version is available for non-commercial, personal and home use. We also encourage students and non-profit organizations to benefit from this offering. So we will download and install it. You can see that here there are two options: try Workstation 17 player for Windows and then try Workstation 17 player for Linux. And if you have a Windows PC, you have to download this version, and for Linux this version. So I have Windows because of you guys, because you're using Windows, and this would be, I'm assuming that this would be your first time on using Linux. So I will download it. Click on download now. You can see the error which is saying that connection timed out, and the download 3.vmware and the download 3.vmware.com host is down. So I have to find some alternate way to download VMware player. Let's see. Don't worry, I got this error before as well. So there must be a problem with the host because it is not allowing us to download. So we can download from this site as well because it is also verified, and you can see that it is certified as well. And just click on download now for Windows, and the download will begin automatically in a couple of seconds. Okay, you can see that my download is working now. It is downloaded. Alright guys, our download has been completed and we are ready to install the VMware player. Click on it, click yes, click next. I accept the terms in the license agreement. Now click next. I will check this box as well. Install Windows Hypervisor platform automatically. Click next. Enhanced keyboard driver. It is useful. Click next. And these are optional. If you want to check for updates on startup, check this box. And if you want to join the VMware, if you want to join the VMware Customer Experience Improvement Program, you can check this box. Click next. I will uncheck this. Click next. Create shortcuts for desktop and start menu. Click next and install. Our player is being installed on our Windows machine. This will take a couple of moments. Alright guys, our VMware Workstation 17 player setup is installed. Click finish, and now we will need to reboot our system. So now you can see that our VMware Workstation 17 player is installed. Now we will move towards installing our Linux operating system on a VM. And now we need to download Ubuntu ISO image from the Ubuntu official site. You just need to write download Ubuntu for VMware. Now you can see that here's the official site with downloads. You can see there are different versions and flavors available like desktop, server, cloud, core, and it must be confusing for you to install which operating system. So we will just install. You can see that it says that a laptop or personal computer with at least 25 GB of storage space. And so Ubuntu desktop, click on products, Ubuntu desktop, download Ubuntu desktop. But I will install the minimal version of Ubuntu, which is Ubuntu 24.04, but I am going to install Ubuntu 22.04, but it's your choice to install this version because due to disk space issues on my laptop, I'm going to install the minimal version. So you can click on this one and you can see that the download process has been started. And go to server. You can see it says alternative downloads. I'm not going to install Ubuntu 24.04. It is latest, but I will install Ubuntu 22.04. I have been using that. So go to the standard downloads option, but it's up to you. It is not different that 22 or 24. There is no huge difference, but I'm just saving a little bit of disk space on my laptop. Get Ubuntu server, alternate download, other images and mirrors. Now here you can see there are a lot of mirrors for Ubuntu. So in alternate downloads, go to past releases and other flavors. I can find Ubuntu 22.04. You can see and I will just install the server install image, which be which will be a minimum installation of Ubuntu. You can see it is this one. I have installed this server. Click on this one and it will be downloaded. You can see it is 2 GB of size, and it will be downloaded, and we will install this Ubuntu ISO image. Alright guys, you can see that my 22.04 live server has been downloaded. I am ready to install Linux virtual machine on my VMware player. So open the VMware player, here it is, and create a new virtual machine. Click on it, and installer disk image file where your file has been downloaded. I will browse, and you can see it is in downloads VMware player, and here the ISO image is located. So I will give the path of that ISO image file. Click next, and virtual machine name, let me name it to DevOps Molvi, and next. I will give the size of 20 GB because of low disk space issues on my laptop. So I will 20 GB would be enough. You can use 20 GB as well. So I will store it on a single file. Virtual disk will be a single file. Click next and check this box to power on this virtual machine after creation. Click finish. Make sure you have virtualization enabled on your laptop. Okay, the installation of virtual machine has been started. It says that try or install Ubuntu server with the HWE kernel or test memory. So we will install Ubuntu server, this one. Click on this option, because we are not going to try, we are actually going to install Ubuntu on our VMware. You can see that the installation process has been started. It will take a little bit time. The installation is still in progress. So guys, this is the way you can download the ISO image of any distribution like Ubuntu. I am downloading this one. You can download Fedora, Debian, Kali Linux. You have the choice to install and play with any distribution. The VMware images or the ISO images of those distributions are available on their official websites. Just like we downloaded the ISO image of Ubuntu, similarly you can download the ISO images for Debian, Fedora, Kali Linux, Cloud Linux, Arch Linux, and so on. So this one, so it is asking me about the language. I will select English. Now it is saying that if I want to update my system, which I would not here, so I would continue without updating. You won't get this if you are downloading Ubuntu 20.24.04. Now it is saying that choose the type of installation. So I will install Ubuntu server. The first option, which is already checked, you can see here it is checked. So I will install Ubuntu server and click done. Because it is an archived mirror, so that's why it is being tested. You can see the mirror name is Jamie here. It will take a little bit of time to test. Alright guys, Alright, now it is saying that should I use an entire disk? Yes, we will use the entire disk of 20 GB, and it will create the partitions automatically. Click on done. You can see that the partitions has been created automatically. We will have a single partition of dev SDA, and I will click on done. So now we will continue and our installation will begin here. There are a couple of requirements like your name. My name would be here. I would say DevOps Molvi. Server name devopsmolvi.com, and username would be the same. You can have your choice, and password, make sure the password is strong. Okay, so we have given the required and credentials and click on continue. Yes, we will definitely need Open SSH server to connect, and I have checked this. Rest of the things would be default, and I will continue with the installation. Here it is saying that do you want to install these packages right now? I would not, because we will install these packages when we need them. So I will skip this step and click on done. Our installation is now in progress. It will take a little bit time. You can see that it is saying that this system is being installed, so it will install a couple of dependencies and files and file system. Alright guys, our operating system has been installed and our Ubuntu machine is ready to use. I will click the VMware player. You will see the DevOps Molvi machine name. It will take a couple of moments to boot up. You can see that now machine is booting. So there are just random server logs here. This is the console of the VM actually. So all the services will be starting up. Alright, we are now ready to log in to our machine. You remember that my username was devopsmolvi.com. So I will log in with these credentials. So these are just random server logs or console logs. And now I will give the username, which was devopsmolvi, and the password. Make sure you remember the password. I am logged in my machine. You can see that it is Ubuntu 22.04. Here I can confirm the release installed. This command will be used to check which OS version or release has been installed on the system. So it is Ubuntu 22.04. You can see that. And if you will install Ubuntu 24.04, you will see here 22.04 version of the OS. So that's how we install any operating system on our VMware player. So you just need to change the operating system. Rest of the method, rest of the practice is almost the same. Now we will continue with our basic Linux commands in the next lecture. And if you want to power off your machine, just power off from here, or shut down the guest or power off. I will shut it down and the machine will be turned off. You can see that it is now turning off, so that our resources should not be used at all time. So machine has been turned off. Let me turn it on again to make sure if everything is good. So that's how you turn off and on your VM. So there can be, depending on the compute resources of your laptop or machine, there can be one or more VMware machines on a single computer. You have multiple Linux distributions at the same time on your operating system. If you have disk space, if you have RAM and CPU on your laptop, you can have multiple distributions, multiple flavors of Ubuntu or Linux, like Kali Linux or Cloud Linux at the same time. You can see that my machine is booting again. So that boot process takes 2 or 3 minutes. All right, it's again on the login screen. Password here. Now I am in the root user. With sudo command, we will discuss what is sudo command. So that's how you install any operating system on VMware Player. Alright guys, that's it for today's lecture, in which you saw that we installed our Ubuntu 22.04 Linux distribution using VMware Player 17. So a quick review of this lecture: we downloaded the VMware Player free version that is available for personal use, and then we downloaded the ISO image of Ubuntu, and then we installed our operating system on VMware Player. So that's the free and quickest possible way to have Linux on your computer. So I would strongly recommend that you should install Linux on your computer, any other distribution, and try out Debian or Kali Linux or Arch Linux using the VMware Player. So I will see you in the next video with Linux file system. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share my channel. See you in the next video. Bye bye. Hi guys, I hope you're doing great today. In this lab, we are going to connect with our Linux server via SSH from our Windows PC. As you know that our servers are hosted on cloud platforms like AWS, Azure, or GCP. So we need to access those servers remotely on a daily basis. As a DevOps engineer, it is one of your core responsibilities to check and manage Linux servers as well. You are going to work extensively on Linux VMs, where you are going to deploy your applications. So it means that you are going to connect with Linux VMs or Linux instances daily. And if you are a beginner in your DevOps journey, you must know that how you can connect with remote Linux servers from your Windows PC. So there are a couple of things you must know as a DevOps engineer. You must know what is an SSH protocol. SSH stands for Secure Shell. For instance, our VMs or our servers are hosted on Azure cloud in a data center like in Virginia. So how can you remotely connect with that VM? You will be connected with that virtual machine or instance with Secure Shell, SSH, which runs on port 22. So we used to connect with our VMs remotely with this protocol. But there are different tools that we used to connect remotely with the servers. Which tools they are, let's discuss them. So these are 6 different tools or softwares that are used to connect with our servers remotely. PuTTY, WinSCP, Termius, MTPuTTY, SolarWinds, and OpenSSH client. So you can explore these softwares or these tools, and you can choose the one that you like the most. For instance, I like PuTTY and I have been using it for years. So we will be connecting our remote VM with PuTTY. So let's do this lab practically. Alright guys, we need to download the PuTTY client so that we can install it on our Windows machine. So download PuTTY, and this one. I will install this client. You can see it will be downloaded. Let's install it on our computer. You can see the putty installer is downloaded. I will install it. Click next, next, and install. Yes. Putty has been installed. So I will open it. Now there are a couple of things that we need to connect to the VM remotely. Like we need the host name abc.com, the server's port or the VM's port, SSH port. The default one is 22. The username and password. Or if we are going to connect with the SSH keys, we need the public key and the private key as well. So for now, in this lecture, we are going to connect with our remote virtual machine with username and password. So I have saved the credentials here. This is the IP address of my remote virtual machine. Let's assume it is located in somewhere in USA. I need the IP address. I will put the IP address here. The port is 22 by default, and I will just connect, open, and you can see that it is asking me for login as. I will prompt the username DevOps Molvi and the password. Alright guys, you can see that I am connected with my virtual machine using the PuTTY client, and that's how we connect with the remote servers. The same practice is for the remote servers. You can save these credentials in the PuTTY client as well, like PuTTY. I will save the IP address, password. Let's say that this is my dev VM. Save it. So that's how we connect with our virtual machines or VMs or instances remotely with the help of PuTTY client. Similarly, you can use WinSCP or Termius or MT-PuTTY to connect with remote servers with the help of username and password. So I hope that you like this short tutorial. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, I hope you're doing great today. In the last two lectures, we installed a Linux VM on our VMware player, and then we tried to access it via a server accessibility tool which is known as PuTTY. We tried to access, that was just a demo. That's how we remotely access our servers which are hosted on cloud platforms. The first method was to access the server using password-based authentication. As you guys know that I used the password of my user and then I tried to access the server from PuTTY. But the password-based authentication is considered as less secure because the people normally use less strong passwords. But it does not mean that the passwords are not sent in a secure manner. The passwords are secure, but normally people use less strong passwords, so there are chances, strong chances of passwords getting brute force attacked. And that's why the alternate method of using SSH keys to communicate with Linux server is used a lot. And that's why the alternate method of SSH keys is mostly used to communicate with Linux servers. The SSH keys consist of a private key and a public key, which are cryptographically secure keys and can be used to authenticate a client to an SSH server. For instance, I have PuTTY installed on my computer. I will use the keys to communicate or to connect with my remote VM. So in each key pair, there is a private key and a public key. That's why it is known as a key pair, SSH key pair. So a private key and a public key make a key pair. Both keys are different. The private key is owned by me or the user. The private key is retained by the client. It is user like me or you. You will keep the private key in a secure place, because if your private key gets compromised, it means that your server is going to be compromised too. The public key is placed on the remote server. The public key can be shared publicly, but I would not recommend to share it publicly. Now let's dig into it more. This is my client and this is my server. The client will have the private key, the server will have the public key. So I will use my private key on my client like putty, and that private key will communicate with the public key on the server. That public key is normally located in the authorized keys folder. I will show you. And this is our Ubuntu machine. So when a client attempts to communicate with the server using SSH keys, I will use the private key and they match. When a client attempts to authenticate using SSH keys, the server can test whether the client possesses the private key or not. And if the client proves that I have the private key, man, let me in. And after that, a session is established. So that's how the SSH keys work to communicate or to connect with our servers, Linux servers, remotely. Let me repeat it again. I am the client. I want to connect with my remote Ubuntu VM. I have the key, private key. I will use this private key on my client, on my tool like putty, and then I will try using the IP or host name of that Ubuntu remote VM or virtual machine or server, and then the server will test whether the private and public key match with each other. It does not mean that if I'm using a random private key or private key of anything else and I want to communicate with the remote VM. No, the private and public keys should match with each other. It does not mean that I'm using any random private key and I want to communicate or connect with a remote VM if it has any public key. No, the key pairs should match. And if the SSH keys match with each other, they communicate with each other. Oh, you are my private key and private key says you are my public key. Then a terminal or session is started. I hope now you understand how these SSH keys work, but let's do this practically. Alright guys, in the last lecture you saw that we connected with the VM using the password. Like, let me do it again. Buddy, that was the saved VM that I saved, and I will open it. Let me change the settings so that you can clearly see it. Font, I will change it to 20. Alright, and apply. Okay, now you can see that it is asking for the user, DevOps, Molvi, and the password. Sorry, I think the password didn't work. Okay, I'm in using the password. Now I will use the SSH keys to connect with the server, to connect with the VM. That would be SSH key based authentication. I will generate a public and a private key pair. So there are two methods to create these keys. First of all, I will create the key pair from my Windows PC and use to connect with the VM. Then I will create the key pair from the VM itself and I will use those keys to connect from my Windows machine. Now I will use use the method number 1. I will create the keys from my Windows PC using PuttyGen. That's a tool installed while we use or install Putty. I mean, when we install Putty, the PuttyGen is also installed. So let me create our key pair. I will exit from the VM. Okay, now go to your start bar and you can see PuttyGen here. This is the tool to generate keys. In Linux, the tool or the command that will be used would be keygen, SSH keygen, and PuttyGen is used in Windows. Now it says that you can generate it from here. I will click the generate button to generate the key. Okay, now it says that please generate some randomness by moving the mouse over the blank area. You can see I am moving the mouse. Okay, now you can see that this is my public key. I will save it in my folder. This would be my public key. I can save it in a text document, public key. For instance, I will save it in a text document and then I will change the extension. File, save, close it. Now I will change the extension from txt to pub. The pub is the extension of, yes, this is my public key. And now I will save the private key. Private key here. Are you sure you want to save this key without a passphrase to protect it? Yes, I will not use the passphrase. I will not use the passphrase. Yes. And my private key. And it will save both keys here. So this would be my private key and I will keep it on my PC. I will not share it with anyone, and I will use this public key on my VM. So I will copy that public key from here again. Make sure you copy the full key and I will log in again on the server dev VM. This time I would have to log in via password DevOps Molvi. And now change again and I will apply and session. I didn't save it before. Now it will be 20 every time I log in. I hope you can clearly see it now. So there is a file where I will save the key, public key, which is located in cd home DevOps Molvi. You will have this user, whatever user you create, you will have this directory by default. When we create, we will study in detail about user management in Linux and .ssh. This would be the directory where we will save. You can see the authorized keys. I will edit it. Nano command with I have pasted, Control X and yes. Now cat to see the content of this file. You can see that my public key has been saved. Okay, now exit and we will now use the keys to connect with our VM. So that was our VM. I will load it. Now I will go to connection. You can see there is SSH extend, and now there is auth. Click on it, and credentials. It says that private key file for authentication, sorry. And I will browse my private key here. Okay, you got it. And I will save the session so that every time I don't have to give the key. Save it, and now my private key is saved. I will use the keys to connect with VM, and it will not ask for the password now. Login as which user? We have DevOps Molvi. You can see that it is saying that authenticating with public key, and we are in our VM without giving the password. Let me try it again. I will create another session, duplicate. You can see DevOps Molvi, and I will just enter, and it says that authenticating. Login as DevOps Molvi, authenticating with public key, this one, and I am into my VM without giving the password. So that was the first way to create keys from your Windows machine. You will have to open PuttyGen, and then you can generate a key pair of public and private keys and use those keys to connect with your VM. Alright guys, in the second method we will create the key pair from our Linux VM. So I am already logged into my VM, and I will use the SSH keygen command to create the keys. SSH, you can run it anywhere, keygen on your VM by the way. Okay, it is saying that generating public private RSA key pair. RSA, DSA, these are just encryption methods, and enter file in which to save the key. You can see that it is giving us the default path for our key, so I will just enter it. I don't want to change the path. And passphrase, no passphrase. We will have another tutorial where we will use the passphrase as well. So enter, and you can see that our key pair has been generated. Home DevOps Molvi and .ssh ls-l. You can see we have two keys here created now, and I will copy the private key, which is cat idrs. That is my private key, so I will copy it from here and here. So it has been copied, and I will save it into my some text file. You can text document, and new private key. Okay, I will change the extension, save, and I will save it. Now I will just rename it ppk, so it has been now changed to private key. But remember that this key won't work. How? Let us test it. Now I try to log in to the VM again using these new keys. Okay, so this is my VM. I will go to SSH auth credentials. You can see I will give the path of the private key here, and I will save the session. For now, open. So it is saying that unable to use key file, which is located here, new private key, new format. So this format is not working actually. It will ask us for the password again. You can see. So I don't want to use the password. I want to use the keys. So there is a problem with the key that we need to fix using the partition. I will load my private key here, and now I will save it again with the same name, new private key, and I will overwrite it. Yes, and close. Now I will try to log in, and it still says that unable to use key file. My, oh sorry, not my private key, it will be new private key, buddy, SSH auth credentials, sorry, load VM credentials, and now here I need to check the new private key. Okay, again new private key, yes. So I will open it. Now it is not giving any error. Login as DevOps Molvi, and server refused our key. Why? The reason is, I know the reason, but you should search it, you should troubleshoot it. But let me quickly tell you the reason. Because we need to save the public key in our authorized keys. This is our public key. I will just copy it, and authorized keys I will here paste the key. Yes, and key has been pasted. So now I will try again. Duplicate session. This session has been expired, so close it. DevOps Molvi, and tada, it is done. So you can see that we have to copy our key, the public key, in authorized keys file, because this keys authorized key file, this one, is one of the most important SSH files, because you take the public keys from your team and just paste those keys in this authorized keys file. So those public keys will have the authorization to connect with the VM. Now a private key will only communicate through the authorized keys, the public keys that are available in the authorized keys file. So that was the only error you can see. When let me remove the public key again, so that we are sure that was the error. Control K, key removed. I will save the changes, authorized keys. You can see now it is empty. I will try again to connect with my VM. I will close this session. I don't like to have more sessions, many sessions. So DevOps Molvi, server refused our key. So I will again paste the public key into the authorized key, and I will try to connect again. Control C. Now that was our public key. I will copy it from here. You can share public keys publicly, just I told in the beginning of the lecture, but I would not recommend to do so. Nano authorized keys, and I will paste the public key again. Yes, there is no need to restart SSH as well, restart service of SSH. You don't need to. So public key has been pasted into the authorized keys. Now I will duplicate session. Oh sorry, not this one, because it is an older session. Close. I will create a new session with the new key. Load. Just to confirm, I have the new private key, and I have new private key. Okay, and I will open it. Login as DevOps Molvi, and we are again connected with the VM using the keys generated from the VM itself. But I have copied the private key onto my machine, and the public key was already in the authorized keys file of the server. So that's how we can communicate using the two ways. Like from Windows we need to use puttygen, and from Linux we will use SSH keygen command to generate keys, and that's how we communicate or we connect with the Linux server using SSH keys. So I hope it is clear now. I will create a separate video of our server refused key error, so that you guys, if you experience this error, you should watch my video and fix the errors. So in the next lecture, because we are now connected using the keys, so we will disable the login via password. We have to disable password login on the server. It is recommended from security point of view. So in the next lecture we will do this short exercise to disable password based authentication on a Linux server. So stay tuned. I will watch you in the next video. Hi guys, I hope you're doing great today. Well, this is our lecture number 7 of our DevOps Roadmap 2024, and it's about the Linux file system. In the earlier lectures, we learned how can we install a Linux VM. We installed the Ubuntu distribution using the VMware player, and after that we used putty to connect with our VM. Now it's time that we should learn about the Linux architecture, Linux file system. What is a Linux file system? You might have seen in the post like the directories of Linux operating system like root, home, var, lib. What are those directories? What is the directory structure of a Linux operating system? And we are going to discuss it in this lecture. So let's get started. So guys, this is really important to understand that in Linux, the Linux file system is usually presented by this forward slash. This forward slash is actually the Linux file system in a Linux operating system. For instance, I want to move towards the home directory or the root directory or the var directory. I will use this forward slash like home, var, root, etc, etc. And this would be like forward slash home, forward slash var, forward slash root. So what is this forward slash? This is actually the Linux file system. It represents the Linux file system. So a Linux file system is actually a structured collection of files on a disk drive or a partition. And what is a partition? A partition is a segment of memory and contains some specific data. The purpose of Linux file system is to organize the data so we can easily access the data within no time. So the Linux file system can contains the following section, in which I have already told you the root directory. This is actually the main part of the Linux file system. And using this root directory, we can navigate to the other directories in a Linux file system. Like I have shared the example of home, var and root. You can see that this forward slash would be there if we want to navigate to any other directory. But don't worry, we will do it practically on our Linux VM. So what are the three main sections of a file system? The three sections of file system: number 1, the root directory; which is represented by this / data storage format like ext3, ext4. These are the data storage formats. And a partition, which is a logical volume of your operating system like dev, sda, etc. So the Linux file system helps us to arrange the data and to arrange the storage for us. Linux file system is actually built-in layer of the operating system. The Linux file system actually manages the file names, file sizes, the creation date of the files, and much more. Now let's discuss the 3 sections of our file system one by one in detail. You don't have to confuse with the directories and folders. In Windows we call them folders, and in Linux we call them directories. So directories are just the folders in Linux, and these directories help us to store the data. So in order to understand the directory structure, you must know about this /. It is actually the main point from where you navigate to the other directories on a Linux operating system. Let me simplify it a little bit more. So this is my main root directory. The directory structure of Linux is well documented and is defined in the Linux File System Hierarchy Standard, FHS. The File System Hierarchy Standard defines the sequence of the directories in a Linux operating system. So this / is actually the root file system, and it is the top level file system directory. It must include every file that is required to boot a Linux system. So without this root directory, there is no operating system. So the other directories can be home, etc., etc., boot, var, bin, temp, proc, mount, lib, media, and a couple of more. So root is the main directory, and you can see that the other directories lie beneath this main directory. So you can see that I have put this / before directory. It means that to move towards, like I want to go to the temp directory or bin, I have to use the main root directory. I have to use the main path. This / this is the root directory, and I want to go to the bin. I have to go from the root point. So it means that this bin directory comes under the root directory. Bin, var, boot, proc, mount, these all directories come under the umbrella of the main root directory. I hope you understand it now. So that's the importance of this main directory, root directory. You have to use this to navigate to other directories and folders. Now there can be subdirectories in a Linux file system. In order to move to other subdirectories, you have to use the main directory, the root directory, the subdirectory, and then, for instance, I want to go to the lib directory, lib, var, log. These are so common directories in a Linux file system. So what would be the path? The main root directory, then var, which is the subdirectory of the root directory, and then the log directory. So that would be the complete path to enter into the log directory. This log directory contains the logs of the system and other tools that we install, like Apache, secure logs, server logs. Similarly, when we install Nginx, it is installed in the etc directory. And to navigate to the configuration files of Nginx, we use the following path, like the root directory, etc, which is the subdirectory of root, okay, then Nginx. Alright, which is installed under etc. And for instance, I want to move towards the sites available directory, which is a default directory of Nginx, then I will use the full path as sites available. So that's how we move around in Linux directories. But every time you notice that we have used this main root directory to move towards the other directories. So without this directory, you cannot go to the other folders in a Linux file system. So that hierarchy is defined by file system hierarchy standard. And the good news is that it is almost common in every Linux distribution, whether it is Debian or Ubuntu or Red Hat Linux or Cloud Linux, that directory structure is the same. So as a beginner and as a DevOps engineer, you must know the Linux file system and Linux directories. For instance, you install Nginx where it is installed in a Linux file system and how you can work with Nginx configuration. So it's obvious that you must know this path to open the configuration files of Nginx web server. Don't worry guys, we will take a quick look on all these directories on our VM in our practical session. One thing that I forgot to tell you that Linux is case sensitive. For instance, if I use caps lock, I would not be able to enter and I will get errors or permission denied or the directory does not exist. So remember that all the directories and files in Linux are case sensitive. So it should be etc with small caps. The second important part of Linux file system is how we store the data on our Linux server. The common data storage formats are ext3 and ext4. They are a bit different, and ext stands for extended file system. So this is the version 3 and you can say this is version 4. Now in the current operating systems and Linux distribution, ext4 is used. So as a beginner, you just know that these are the data storage formats and these are just file system types to store data on your Linux operating system. ext stands for extended file system and 3 means that third extended file system, fourth extended file system. Now most of the systems use this file system type to manage the data storage on Linux servers. And there are a couple of other file system types like JFS, NFS, network file system, BRTFS. So these are just different types of the file systems. There are more than 10 types of Linux file systems. So as a beginner, you don't need to understand all of them. You just know what is extended file system and what is extended file system the version 4. These file systems are used to manage the data storage on a Linux server. That's what you should know as a beginner. So guys, for efficient disk management, we create partitions on a Linux system. Those partitions are just logical volumes on a Linux server. So your main disk is divided into one or more logical volumes. Just like in Windows, you have seen that the partitions are like C, D, E. These are just partitions of Windows system. And just like that, in a Linux system, the partitions look like dev, SDA1, SDA2. And we can even create our own customized partitions. Like for instance, I want to create a separate partition of my home directory, the separate partition of my var directory. I can create separate partitions or logical volumes for these. So that's how the logical volumes or partitions look like in a Linux operating system. And there is a command which helps us to see the partitions on a Linux server, which is fdisk -l. It shows the logical volumes of the disk, and we will use this command to see the partitions on a Linux system. Alright guys, I hope now you have the idea of a Linux file system, the directory structure of a Linux system, the partitions and the types of Linux file system. Now we will log in to our Linux VM to see these directories and logical volumes on our Linux VM. Alright guys, let me connect with my VM so that we can see the Linux file structure. I will use putty and this is my VM. So I will connect with my user DevOps Molvi. and I will be connected with my SSH keys. You can see the settings are saved, so I would recommend that you should save the settings so you don't have to put your keys or password, so it makes life easy. Now you can see that I am in my VM. So pwd is the command to know where are you at the moment. So I am in home DevOps Molvi directory. Pwd stands for present working directory. So this is my actually present, because I am logged in with DevOps Molvi user. So a home directory of DevOps Molvi was created in home. So slash home is actually where all the users have their home directories created. Like in web hosting companies, there are thousands of users created for the customers. So each user has its separate home directory, and that home directory is created in slash home /home. So slash home is actually for the users directories. If I create a new user like ABC, a new user, then its home directory would be created in slash home. So slash home is actually meant for users home directories. Now let me log in via the root user. I will log in via root. Now I am in the root user. Now I will run the pwd command, and it says that you are in root directory, that is slash root. So this is actually our file system, like I said, /. So cd stands for change directory. I have navigated myself to the file system where I will see all the directories you can see here, like bin, boot, cd-rom, dev, etc, etc, home. You can see all these directories are owned by the root user, and the root group. So that's why I entered via the root user. So whenever you install any operating system, Linux operating system like Ubuntu or Debian or Cloud Linux, you will find these directories in your root directory, I mean home. So whenever you install any operating system, Linux operating system like Ubuntu or Debian or Cloud Linux, you will find all these directories in almost every Linux distribution. So each directory has a different purpose. Like bin is used for command binaries. It has the command binaries. Let us see what's in it. cd / bin. I can use /bin /bin and ls-l. Now you can see that all the command binaries are there in the binary or bin directory. These are all binaries required to run different command. Like this command ps process show. Let me run it. Process show. It is showing me that I have currently 3 processes like sudo, bash and ps itself. So process show is the command to show the process IDs. So if I run it from bin, I would get the same output like /bin. Let me go to, now I will run it from the root directory using the full path /bin ps, and you can see that I am getting the same output. And now what's the difference between these two commands? ps, I can run it from anywhere. The commands or the binaries in /bin, we can run them from anywhere, and we can use the full path to run that command. This binary /bin contains the system binaries and system commands in executable format. Now, for instance, if we take any other command like sudo, I have used this as well, and sync SSH, you can see. So these are all binaries in slash bin folder or slash bin directory. Rsync, very common command to copy data from remote servers. So these binaries are important, and these are used to run different commands on a Linux server. Like this ns lookup, like I will use ns lookup on, these are some common commands that I'm exploring google.com. You can see that I have got the address of google.com and ns lookup name server lookup. So this is a proper utility and it is a command, so I can run it like bin ns lookup google.com. I will get the same result. So the binary slash bin contains the binary or the commands executables, and this is one of the most important directories in a Linux server. Now we can see that in file system, this is our parent directory, or the super, I can say, the directory or file system. The boot is the directory where all the files related to booting the operating system are located. The boot directory contains the important files that are required to boot any server. cd boot. Since I'm already in my file system, so I don't have to use /. For instance, let me repeat it again. cd, now I am at root. I will use the file system first and then boot. But there is another alternate. If I am at file system, then I don't have to use this / again to enter into boot. ls-l, now you can see that it contains grub, which is important directory when we are talk about booting our system. Grub, and there must be grub.config. So whenever there are any issues related to system boot, these configuration or grub.cfg is checked, whether what's the issue with the system booting. So I can see what is in grub.cfg. Do not edit this file, it is automatically generated by grub mkconfig using templates. So we don't have to edit this file, and if we do it, we can break our operating system. So you must know about CD-ROM. It is for mounting CDs or external disks. So we have device dev, which is for system devices. You can see there are a lot of devices in which we use most of the time cd dev null. These are just system devices. In order to simply understand, these are just system drivers. One of the most important directories in Linux is etc, which is the home to the configuration files of all the softwares that we install or the applications that we install on our Linux server. cd etc, and it contains all important configuration files, and any software that we install, the configuration files are pasted or copied in the etc. It stands for etc, but you can see that it contains important configuration files like hosts and sudoers and grub, etc. In home, I have already told you that it contains the user home directories. Like you can see, DevOps Molvi has its own directory. Now if we go to other directories, we can see these are just libraries, system libraries with different architectures like 32-bit, 64-bit. These are just shared library modules. cd-lib, I can see a couple of libraries and modules. Media, if we have any external media connected with operating system, it is available in the media. And if we want to mount any folder or directory or disk, and if we want to mount any external USB or hard disk drive, it is mounted in the mount directory. Lost plus found, and not much used, so you don't have to worry about it. And then OPT, this contains any additional softwares or files. In OPT directory contains some add-ons, any additional software packages. So it contains some random folders and configuration files related to the kernel. The prog directory is normally considered as our virtual Linux file system. So there are a lot of files, like I use most of the time to see the CPU info, like cat prog CPU info, and it will tell us details about our CPU. Similarly, we can use the cat prog mem info, and it will tell us the memory info. So this run directory is used for runtime data, like we can see what is in it. There are a couple of folders and files. You can see the process ID of, because I am using SSHD, so this is the process ID which contains the processes information in real time. What is the process ID of SSH in runtime? So I can see it is 821, and I can confirm it from one of the most used command. We will discuss this command later. Grep SSH. So you can see that this is the same process ID that is saved in ssh.pid file in /run directory. So it contains the real-time data of the services, real-time process IDs of the services. Now, sbin is for system binaries. The served directory contains the site-specific data, and snap is a package manager for temporary files and directories. The USR, it stands for Unix System Resources, and var contains the log files and those files that are continuously updated. So we can see var, and there are libs and log file. Log, most of the time you interact with log files, and these log files are located in var log. As you can see that these are VMware logs, and similarly dpackage log, dmessage for server logs, and auth log, etc. And for security, there are secure logs. So all these log files are available in var log. So these are normally the important directories, and most of the times we interact with var, user, and root, etc, home. These are normally the most used directories in a Linux operating system. So I hope now you have a general idea of all these directories in a Linux operating system and what they are used for. I would recommend that you should log in to your Linux VM and see all these directories and explore the files and folders. So when we are going to install something on our Linux server, we are going to interact with most of these directories. So once again, I hope now you have a clear picture of Linux file system and the Linux directories. I would recommend that you should log into your VM and explore each directory on your server, on your VM. Until then, I will see you in the next video with Linux commands. We are going to learn the Linux commands in our upcoming lectures. So stay tuned and subscribe to my YouTube channel for more Linux videos. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, I hope you're doing great today. Well, in our SSH authentication lecture, we encountered one of the most common errors while we connect with our VMs or EC2 instances using the SSH key pairs. And that error is server refused our key. So I promised in the lecture that I will address this issue in detail. So in that lecture, we discussed in detail that we can connect with our VMs in the cloud using SSH key pair. An SSH key pair consists of a public key and a private key. But sometimes we encounter one of the common errors, that is server refused our key while we try to connect with our VM. And what are the reasons of this error? Let's discuss in this quick tutorial. So one of the most common problems with your SSH keys can be that they are in wrong format. Either your private key or your public key is in the wrong format. So we have to double check and make sure that our keys are in the correct format. So the number one, format of the keys. And this usually happens when you generate keys from your Windows pathogen and use those keys on Linux VM. So while exporting or generating SSH keys using pathogen is a tool that is used to generate or create an SSH key pair. So it may happen that while you export those keys, they are exported in the wrong format. The key pair is highly sensitive data. It means that if anyone has the key pair, he or she can connect with your VM. Key pair is really a sensitive data, so it should not be exposed to anyone in the world. And therefore we have to take care of the permissions and ownerships of those keys. The keys are located normally in the SSH folder, which is a hidden directory in which we have the keys. So we have to make sure that it is not written by other users except root or that specific user which is using those keys to connect with the VM. The recommended permissions for the SSH keys are 600. We can have multiple users on a single Linux server. And since the private key should identify a single user, and for example, if I am logged with user 1, this is my user 1. So the keys of user 1 should not be accessible to any other users on the same server. That is why we need to keep the permissions only read and write for that specific user only, which look like read, write, and nothing for other users, which is 600, and it is 600, which stands for read and write for this user one only, and no other permissions to other users or groups on the same server. It means that other users and groups on the same server should not have any kind of access to the key of user 1. I hope now that concept is clear. So if we use the full permissions like 755 instead of 600, so the SSH server can throw us the error that server refused our key. It is publicly open for everyone, which is not recommended at all. And we need to change the permissions of that key to 600 using chmod command. The third reason that I personally encountered can be the public key is not copied in authorized underscore keys file. Authorized underscore keys. You can open the .ssh folder and you will be able to find this file, authorized underscore keys. It contains the public keys of the users on that VM, all the public keys are copied in authorized underscore keys. So we are giving them authorization to access that specific VM. So if your public key is not available, not copied in authorized underscore keys, you may get server refused our key, because the private and public key are not able to match, and that's why we may get this error. The last reason can be the ownership. In order to understand this, we are trying to log in via the user 1, and those keys have the ownerships of other than user 1. So that can be the reason your keys are not accepted. If you are trying to connect with the VM using the SSH keys of user 1, those keys should have the ownerships of that user 1. And these ownerships should like user 1, user 1. I will get this server refused our key error. I will get this server refused our key error if I'm trying to log in with user 1, but the keys have the ownerships of user 2. So we have to change the ownerships to user 1 to fix this error. So guys, these are the most 4 common reasons we get server refused our key. So make sure you follow these steps to troubleshoot where your problem exists. And I hope that there could be one of these 4 reasons and you will have to fix them. Alright guys, now let's check our first use case. We can get the server refused our key error due to the format. So I have my SSH keys here. You can see that I have taken the copy or backup of my private key. It is the correct key, and now this key contains some errors and some format errors. So now I will try to connect with this key which has format errors. I will open PuTTY and I will try to log into my VM and my user, which is DevOps Molvi. Oops, you can see that it says unable to load private key, file format error. This key has a format error. That's why we will not be able to connect with our VM. So it means that our key has been refused. So now I will try again with my backup key, and I will delete this and I will rename it. Now I will try to connect with my VM again. And you can see that the correct format key is not throwing us any errors. So whether your public key or your private key has any kind of format, some hashes, some words, some lines are missing in the keys, then you would be probably get this format error and our server will refuse our keys. Now let's check our second use case. I'm already in my VM cd SSH. Now I have authorized keys. I will open it. You can see that there is one public key pasted in this file. I will remove this control K. It removes and I will save. Now I will try to log in with my server again. I will open a duplicate session, DevOps Molvi, and tada, you can see that our key has been refused. So I got this error because there is no public key in the authorized key file. So now I will paste. Now this is the same public key on my VM, and I will paste the public key on my in my authorized key files, and I will save. Now I will try to log in again, open a duplicate session, DevOps Molvi, and my server has been authenticated. So you can see that if authorized key file does not have that public key, I mean I am using the private and public key here. The private key, I have it on my local VM, and the public key should be in the authorized keys file. So you saw that when there was no key in authorized underscore keys file, we got this error. So I have replicated these two scenarios where you get the server refused our key. Now the third one is, now you can see that the DevOps Molvi user has the permissions of all these files, right? And that SSH, which is a hidden folder, you can see I used the ls-la command to see the hidden files, and now we can see that it is .ssh folder having the permissions of DevOps Molvi ownership, sorry, and now I will change it to some other user to replicate this error. So I have to go to sudo minus sudo. I have this user created already, user 1. This is user, this is group. So now this is user actually, and this is group, and .ssh, sorry, I didn't use the chown, change ownership of this folder, and I have to give the password of DevOps Molvi. Now you can see that, sorry, ls-la, user 1 is the user and group is user 1 as well for our .ssh folder which contains the keys. Now .ssh, first of all, I'm getting this response because now the ownerships have been changed, so I will use sudo, and it is saying that cd is a shell built-in command. Sudo will not be used here. Now ls-la dot ssh, I just want, no, this command is not running as well. Okay, the ownerships and permissions have not been changed for the key files, but it has been changed for the .ssh folder. So you can expect that we are going to receive the same error again. DevOps Molvi and server refused our key. So you saw that now the .ssh folder has the permissions of user 1. Now you guys saw that .ssh folder has the ownership of user 1, but I'm trying to log in with DevOps Molvi. So that's why my keys have been refused. Now I will fix it by changing the ownership back to DevOps Molvi user. I think you are getting my point, right? Oh, sorry, I am using the wrong command. chown, and now my ownerships have been changed back to DevOps Molvi, and I should not get this error of server refused our key again. DevOps Molvi, and I'm able to log in. So these are the scenarios. The third one is to change the permissions of all these files, and if I don't have the correct permissions, then I will get the server refused our key. Now let me change the permissions of all these files to 755 is also not recommended, and chmod 000 -r recursively .ssh. I will use, sorry, I don't have the habit of using sudo much. And now you can see ls-la, it is completely gone out of permissions. Now I will try again to DevOps Molvi, and you can see that server is now again refusing our key. Now I will change the permissions back to 644, which is recommended, and I will be able to log into, oops, sorry, not chmods and 644 SSH ls-la cd SSH, and it is saying that permission is denied. Okay, first of all, I have to change the permission of this directory, which should be this one. The directory should have at least these permissions. You can see I will have the same permissions that I had earlier on SSH. It is 700. Okay, so I will again 700. I will have the same permissions again. chmod 700. Now I will try to DevOps Molvi, and again I am authenticated. So that is real-time troubleshooting, guys. You don't have to worry about it. That's how we troubleshoot our errors in our DevOps jobs, in our day-to-day tasks. So you can see that now I will enter into .ssh directory, and now these keys all have the full permission of the user. I will change them back to chmod 644 for all files. Now you can see we are good to go. Again, I will change them to 600. That is more recommended. Now our keys are good, and we should be able to log in as well. DevOps Molvi, and you can see we are able to log in. So guys, that's how we connect with our VM, and that's how we fix the permissions and ownerships error. We fixed all these 4 errors: permissions, ownerships, format, and authorized keys. So one of these errors may be causing the server refused our key error, and you're not able to log into your VM. So I hope that now this tutorial will help you, and that's how you can fix this most common error, and it will happen while you're running CI/CD pipelines as well, because when you try to deploy something on your deployment server, you definitely have to connect from your CI/CD self-hosted runner to the deployment server. The only way to connect with the CI/CD server is via SSH keys. So I hope now it will help to fix such errors whenever you encounter them. That was our first Linux tutorial, and I will try my best to bring more Linux tutorials with day-to-day fixes with day-to-day issues and their troubleshooting. Please don't forget to subscribe my channel. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, I hope you're doing great today. Well, this is our second Linux tutorial in which we will learn how we can change the SSH port on a Linux VM. First of all, we should know that what is SSH? SSH stands for Secure Shell. The SSH protocol is an essential protocol for securely accessing and managing remote servers. It encrypts all the communication, ensuring that data remains protected from unauthorized access. By default, SSH runs on port 22. It's the default port of SSH protocol. And why do we need to change this SSH port to any other random port number? The default port 22 is often targeted by the brute force attacks. Therefore, changing the SSH port can enhance the security by reducing the likelihood of automated attacks. Therefore, it is recommended that you should change the SSH port, which is 22 by default, to any other random number. The other question that should come up in your mind is that whether changing the SSH port will affect your server's performance. Well, the answer is no. There would be no impact of changing the SSH port on your server's performance. Now let's change the SSH port on our VM practically. Okay guys, now let's change our SSH port. Let me access my VM. First of all, you should know that I am accessing my VM with default port 22. If I load it, you can see this is my private IP and this is the default port. So I have not changed it from 22 to any other number, and in this tutorial we will change it and we will access our VM to any other port number. So DevOps Molvi is my username. I am in my VM and the SSH configuration is located in etc. So I will go to etc and SSH. So this is the file actually that needs to be changed, sshd_config. But we need to have the root privileges to change our port number. You must know that. So I will open it with sudo nano sshd_config. It is asking me for the password. I will give the password. Now you can see that the default port is 22 and it is commented. So I will uncomment and now I will change my SSH port. So let's suppose that I want to change it to 3022. Okay, and this would be my SSH port. So that's the only change we need to make while changing the SSH port. So I will save the changes and after that I would need to restart my SSH service, which is sudo service ssh restart. Now I would try to access my VM. Duplicate session. Now you can see that I am not able to access from port 22, which was default. You can see that my default port was 22 and I am not able to access my VM. It is refusing the connection. So I would need to change the port here, which should be 3022 and 3022, and you can see that I and now you can see I'm able to access the VM. Now DevOps Molvi, and I am authenticated. Since my firewall on the VM is already disabled, so I didn't have to add that port into my firewall. That would be a separate lecture how we can add ports into the firewall. So the firewall is already disabled, and if you are accessing your EC2 VM, make sure that you should add that port in the security group. Now I would try to change any other port again for our practice. So I will go to etc ssh sudo nano etc ssh and sshd underscore config. I will change password. I will change it to you can see 5022. Alright, 5022. Yes, but this time I will not restart the SSH service. So we need to check whether our VM is still accessible on the old port, which is 3022. New session. I will change the port from 22 to our older port 3022, and you can see that my VM is still accessible on the old port, which was 3022. So guys, this is important. DevOps Molvi, and I can still access my VM on 3022. Well, and the port in our SSHD is 5022. Therefore, we need to restart our SSH service so that the changes can reflect. Now I will restart service SSH restart command for Ubuntu. You can see my SSH service has been restarted. Now I will try once again login with the same old port, which is 3022, and it is refusing. Alright, now I will try to log in via 5022. We should be able to log into our VM. 5022. Alright, you can see that the host key is not cached for this server. Port is 5022, and I will accept. So DevOps Molvi, and I'm authenticated. So that's how we can change our SSH port on any Linux VM. After that, if there is any firewall active, let's see that sudo ufw uncomplicated firewall, which is Ubuntu's default firewall, status. You can see that it is inactive. So I have disabled the firewall. If the firewall was enabled, we need to allow these new ports in our firewall as well. But since that's a full separate lecture on how we can add rules in our firewall, and we will have a full lecture on firewall, add new rules and edit rules on UFW. That's it for today's short tutorial on how to change SSH port on any Linux VM. It is highly recommended that you should change the SSH port to any other number. Like you saw, I have changed from 22 to 3022 and 5022, and after that we need to restart SSH servers. And also, if the firewall was enabled, we have to add, and if the firewall was enabled, we have to add that port in our firewall rule. We will cover it in a full separate tutorial, and in the next tutorial we will disable our root access to the VM. So no one can log into our VM with root user or password or using the SSH keys for root user. So I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, I hope you're doing great today. Well, this is our third tutorial in which we are going to disable the root login access on our Linux VM. We all know that root is the super user. Root can do anything on a Linux VM. You can delete, remove anything if you are logged in via the root user. Therefore, all Linux VMs and all Linux operating systems come with a default user known as root user. So we can say that root is the super user. And it is one of the recommended security practices that we should disable root access to prevent unauthorized access to our Linux-based servers by other users. In the last companies that I worked for, the root access was not shared to all the employees in that organization. What does this mean? That all the employees or all the users should not have root access to any server or VM in that organization, except we used to create user for those employees, and therefore the default access to the root user was disabled on all those VMs and servers. Nobody was able to log in to any VM, whether it was a dev environment or QA or staging or prod. None of the developers or software engineers have root access to specific VMs. If they need access to those VMs, we create specific users for them. That is the normal practice which is observed in any company or IT firm. So most of the time, an additional user www data is available to handle most of the stuff related to deployment or installations. That additional user is mostly used to execute the required tasks by the developers and software engineers. So therefore, as DevOps engineer, you must know how we can disable root access to a Linux VM. And it is really simple. So let's do that on our Linux VM. Alright guys, now let's log into our VM with root user to check whether we can log into it. With the root user and password, I will open PuTTY, and this is my server. I will try to log in via the root user. Root with password. You can see that I am able to log in, and now we need to disable root login on our VM so that no one can log in with the root user. Whether they're using correct password or correct keys, they should not have the access to log in via the root user. They should log in via their own respective user. So etc SSH, it's the same file sshd_config where we change our port. You can see that I am logged in via the 5022 port. It's the same port we changed in our last lecture. Now I will edit this, ls-l. You can see it is sshd_config file. I will edit it and Control W to search for the specific words. Control W, and I will search for permit. Now you can see the permit root login is yes. It means that root is allowed. Root is directly allowed to log in on this VM which is not recommended at all from the security point of view, and we should disable it. So simple, we need to change this setting to no from yes. Permit root login, it is yes, and we will change it to no, and we will save the changes. Service SSH restart, and now we will try again login via the root user with the same password, root, and it should deny our access. And password, great. You can see that now our access is denied and we are not able to log in via the root user. And if I want to try with my own respective user, which is DevOps Molvi, you can see that I am able to log in via this user, and I am able to log in via SSH keys or password for DevOps Molvi, and I will use the password here. You can see I am able to log in via the DevOps Molvi user. Let's repeat it with SSH keys, and I should be able, new session, dev VM. If I want to log in via SSH keys, DevOps Molvi, and I am able to log in. Now I will use the sudo command to be a root user, sudo -i, and I will give the password of DevOps Molvi, and now I'm in root again. But if I run who, you can see that my user is DevOps Molvi. I am logged in via the DevOps Molvi user, but now I have all the privileges which root user has, because now I am in the root user. But by default I was able to log in via the DevOps Molvi user. So the sudo privileges are not given to all the users as well. There are only certain users, like the users who are managing the servers, like administrator or DevOps engineers or site reliability engineers. Those employees or users have the full root access and they can manage sudo access as well. So now you can see that our root access is disabled and nobody will be able to log in via the root user. Just to make sure that we can enable this setting, let's enable again, and Control W, permit, and I will change this value from no to yes again and save the settings. Alright, now restart SSH and try to log in again. Root and password. You can see now I am able to log in via root user, and it is root. Now I will run who command again, and it is saying that, man, you are directly logged in via the root user, which is not a good practice at all. We should disable this root login access for all the VMs, whether they are dev, QA, and prod. Those are the most sensitive VMs, and nobody has any access to those users except the DevOps engineers or SREs. So we will disable again, and now permit, Control W, permit. I will disable to no, yes, and service SSH restart. I will give a final try, root and password. You can see that our access is denied. So that's how we enable and disable root login on any Ubuntu VM. It's the same practice on other Linux distributions like Cloud Linux, Debian, etc. And from security point of view, we must disable the root access on the VMs on Linux servers. So that was a short tutorial and it was simple, but I hope that you remember this setting and will do it in your job. I hope you enjoyed this quick tutorial. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, I hope you are doing great today. Well, this is our Linux tutorial number 4 in which we are going to discuss the very basic concept of Linux ports, Linux networking ports. So let me share a common example of this mobile phone. And you can see that there is a port for the charger. This is type C and this is the port for audio. This port is dedicated for charging. It is type C and this port is dedicated for audio. Similarly, a port in Linux is used to access different network devices and services within a network. When we combine that port with an IP address, it results in a socket address which is used to establish a connection between the client and the server. So normally you have seen that practice that if the IP address is like for instance 2.2.2, the port 80 is combined with that IP address and we would be able to access the service running on port 80 using this IP address. That is the normal practice in which the IP addresses are combined with the Linux ports. So I hope you understand the basic concept of a port. Just like we use the port to communicate with our hardware devices, similarly we use the networking ports to communicate with the devices over a network. It can be the intranet or internet. Now let's discuss the most common networking ports in Linux. The range of the port is from 0 to 65535 as per IANA, which stands for Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, in which from 0 to 123 1023 these ports are reserved for services like HTTP, secure HTTP, DNS, etc. And these are well-known ports. The ports from 1023 to 49151. These ports are known as user ports and these are available for registration as per IANA. And from that number 49151 65535. These ports are known as dynamic ports and can be assigned to any service. So now we will discuss these important major ports which are common and are reserved by IANA. Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. Starting from 2021 port, which is used for FTP, File Transfer Protocol, to transfer files between clients and server. The next port is 22, which is one of the most famous ports and used by SSH Secure Shell for remote connectivity with the Linux servers. The next port is 23, which is used for Telnet. It is a remote login service and it is unencrypted. The next port is 25, which is for SMTP, SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol for mail servers. After that, 53 for DNS, Domain Name Service. After 53, 67 and 68 for DHCP, Dynamics Host Control Protocol, in which 67 is used by the DHCP server and 68, this port is used by the DHCP client. Then the most famous and common ports, 80 and 443. I guess you all know about these ports. So 80 is for HTTP and 443 is for HTTPS. Then 110 and 995. 110 is for POP3, Post Office Protocol. 110 is for POP3, Post Office Protocol, and it is unencrypted access to a mail server, whereas 995 is secure POP3, and it provides encrypted access to the mail server. This is unencrypted and this is encrypted. So 110 is for POP3 and 995 is for secure POP3. And then 123. 123 is Network Time Protocol, NTP. This protocol is used to sync your time and date with the servers. After that, 137. You have noticed that all these ports are in the range of 1023, which are standard ports, right? So 137 is NetBIOS protocol, which is used for printing and file sharing. NetBIOS protocol. It is used for file sharing and printing. After that, 143 and 993 for IMAP. This is unencrypted, and IMAP, which is encrypted and secure, runs on port 993, secure IMAP. IMAP stands for Internet Messaging Application Protocol, and it is used for the emails, electronic emails that you receive in your inbox. Then 161 and 162 for SNMP. SNMP stands for Simple Network Management Protocol, and these ports are used to send alerts, and these are used for monitoring the infrastructure. 445 for SMB, Server Message Block, and it is also used for file sharings. And lastly, 465, which is for Secure SMTP, which is for Secure Server Mail Transfer Protocol. Hi guys, I hope you're doing great today. Well, this is our chapter number 8 in our DevOps Roadmap 2024, and we are going to learn about 50 basic Linux commands every DevOps engineers must know. This would be our part A of this lecture, and we will try to cover Linux commands as much as possible. I was reading somewhere that there are over 1,000 Linux commands used by the system's administrator and DevOps engineers. But as a beginner, it is not necessary to know all these 1,000 commands. It definitely becomes overwhelming. So in the beginning, we are going to learn 50 basic Linux commands to get started with Linux. We should know how can we interact with terminal in Linux. So let's get started. Alright guys, in our initial lectures, we learned how we can remotely access our Linux servers. You saw that I used PuTTY to access a remote VM. In order to execute all the Linux commands, we need to use this terminal where we can execute those commands. A terminal is a shell and it is a utility which helps us to execute the commands and get the specific output of each that command. So most of the times you would be interacting with this black screen. It is commonly known as shell or terminal. Like in Windows servers, we access Windows machines with remote desktops. The remote desktop is a utility to access the Windows servers remotely, and we get the actual Windows operating system where we use mouse and keyboard to execute some specific tasks. But in Linux it is different. We access our Linux VMs remotely with any tool like PuTTY, WinSCP or Termius, and then we remotely execute Linux commands in that shell. Therefore, as a DevOps engineer, you must know all those Linux commands so that you can execute your different day-to-day tasks. And guys, it would be our part A, and we will try to cover almost all those commands that are used by the DevOps engineers. In the earlier lectures, you saw that we accessed our VM, so I hope that you know about the terminal. Now let's start our lab where we actually execute those commands, and we will learn what each command is used for. Let's start our lab session. Alright guys, now let's start with some basic Linux commands that you must know as a DevOps beginner. So I will log in to my PuTTY and my VM PuTTY, and that is my VM. So I will log in via my user DevOps Molvi, and it would be authenticated with SSH keys. Now the first command that I will execute is clear. It clears the screen. You can consider it as our first Linux command. Now the second command is cd change directory. If I want to go to any other directory like etc, you can see that now I am in etc directory. So now I want to see the list of files, folders, directories, hidden files. What commands are used? The command that lists files and folders is ls, list show. It stands for list show, ls. Now you can see that these are files with white color and these are directories with blue color. The socket, if there is any socket file, that would be in pink color, and if it is a link, it would be in blue color. So these are some color combinations to understand the folders, files, links or socket files. Now you can see that all these files and folders in etc directory, but I want to see more details. Command I will run actually the following command, ls-l. Now you can see that the view has been changed and every directory is started with D. You can see here it is D, directory. This is file. Now you can see that this is directory, this is file, and their creation date, their user, root, and their group, and time, and the size of the files. So that is a little more details about the files and folders. Now I want to see the hidden files and folders. So for the hidden files and folders, the command is ls-la, and the file or folder which is hidden starts with a dot. That is the hidden file that I created earlier. Now it is hidden. So any hidden file in Linux starts or has a dot before the file name or directory name. Now it is a hidden file, and to view the hidden files and folders, ls-la command is run. For instance, I am creating any new file or modifying any random file like nano etc host. Sudo is a different command as well. I will just comment changes. Now I will save this. Now if I want to see the last modified file or directory, then the command would be ll-tch, and you can see that This file is showing at the top. That was the last modified file, and the command that is used is ll-tch. So these are tch are just switches that are used with ll. So these are some Linux commands to see the files and folders, their detailed view, their details, the files details and directories details. These are some random simple commands: ls minus la, ll minus tch, ls minus la, and so on. Now I will run clear. Now my screen is clear. Change directory and I will go back to my main directory. Now I want to see where I am. I will run pwd, present working directory. It is telling me that you are in home DevOps Molvi. So pwd is command to, for instance, I move towards var lib. Now I will run pwd and it is saying that you are in var lib. We can see from here as well, but pwd is command which is used when your directory's path is a little longer. Now let's discuss some commands about system. Who is logged in system? So w is a command. It's a complete package. It's a complete command which shares a lot of details with us, like the time and how long the VM is up. You can see that the uptime of VM is 14 minutes, the number of users on this machine, and the load average, the resource consumption. Higher the resource consumption, the higher would be the load average. And the DevOps Molvi user is logged in from this IP address, and the user was logged in at that time. So you can see that the current time is 2039 with 24-hour format, and that was the logged in time. So w is a complete command which shares the details about the user, the system uptime, and the IP address from which the user has logged in. Similarly, the who command, it also shares the details about the user which was logged in. Who am I? Who am I? I am DevOps Molvi, the user that is logged in with the system. Now, if I want to see you can see that the date is shown here as well, but from that I would like to share the date command. Now you will see the time zone as well. UTC is the time zone. This is the current date. So date command is used to see the system time zone and current date and time. I hope these are simple commands and you are getting them quickly. Now clear the screen. Alright, if now I want to see the number of users or when the DevOps Molvi was logged in on this system for the last time. So the command is last and it tells me the details about the users. This is a great command for companies and organizations where there are multiple users working on a single VM. So you can get their details. For instance, this is a dev user, this is a QA user, this is staging user. There are different users and you can see that their details are shown, that when DevOps Molvi user was logged in and it is still logged in, and the root user, it's logged in time. So last command shares the details about the user's login activity. That is a simple command, right? Now I will clear the screen. The next command is also related to the system information, uptime. Now you can see one user, load average, the uptime of the VM, it is 17 minutes, and the current date. The uptime is also really a common and famous command to see when the last time the server was rebooted or it was shut down and booted. So these are some system management command. So first we learned some listing command to list down the files, folders, hidden files, etc. Then the system management commands like uptime, who am I, about the user's details, uptime, date, etc. Now I want to create some files and I want to play with them. How to create a file? The simple command that is used to create a file is like pwd, I'm in home DevOps Molvi, so I will create a command abc.txt. This is a simple text file and touch command will create it. Now ls-l, you can see the full details of this file and its creation date and user and group. Now I want to edit this file. So there are three different commands that are normally used by the DevOps engineers to edit and save some changes in the file. The first and the famous command is nano, abc.txt. Now you can see that the size of the file is 0 kbs and I will write some data, some sentences in this file, and then we will check out the size of this file. Nano abc.txt, this is my first file on Ubuntu, and I will control X, and yes, I want to save the changes. Enter. Now ls-l, and you can see that the size has been changed from 0 to, that was 0, and now it is 32. So it's in bytes. Now you can see the size of the file has been changed and it's now 32 bytes. So the content of this file contains some sentences. Now, and I will use another editor which is vi abc.txt. This is also an editor to edit the files and change. And I will insert, and now I will update this file with some, this is the second change in this file. So escape, now press escape, colon WQ, colon WQ will save the changes in this file. Now we will check the size again and you can see it has been changed. And the content, the cat command is used to view the contents of any file without changing it. There are no changes in the files when we run the cat command. It does not modify. It just, we can use the cat command to view the contents of any file like abc.txt. We can see the contents of this file. Similarly, another command which is used to edit files is vim abc.txt, and it works the same way just like vi. This is the third change in the file, and escape colon WQ, and the changes will be saved. The size of the file should be changed. It's from 0 to 108 bytes. And now I want to see the contents of this file, and you can see that this is the third change in the file and the file is saved with all these changes. So that's how you edit, modify, or make any changes in the file. Similarly, we can edit the files and remove the contents and save these files, and that's the same practice. Similarly, we can delete the contents of any file and save the changes. Like for instance, I will abc.txt nano, and I want to, let's say, remove. Control K is used to remove the contents with the nano command. Control X, and yes. Now cat abc.txt, you can see that the third line has been removed. In vim abc.txt, in order to delete the content or a single line, then you can press double D, and the line has been removed. Similarly, press escape colon WQ and the changes have been saved. Now I will see the contents of this file, and there is now one line in this file. So I hope now you understand the difference between Nano, VI and Vim, and these are editors. Whatever you like you can use. I have worked with all these editors and these are quite simple to use and to work with. Now I want to copy this file to some any other directory. The command that is used to copy file or folder is cp. Cp stands for copy abc.txt to like opt. It is permission denied, and I will use the sudo command and password of DevOps Molvi. Now I will see the copy of this file in opt directory ls-l. You can see it is here as well. Now cd opt, and here the copied file exists in opt directory. So that's how we copy files and folders in Linux. I want to move it. Move is just like cut paste. Move this file to let's suppose to var. Now for cut paste or moving, I will use the mv command abc.txt to let's suppose var, and it's still saying that because DevOps Molvi user does not have permissions on all these directories except the root user, so I have to use the sudo command. Now cd var, and you can see the file has been moved, and it is mv command is moved just like cut paste. It is not copy paste. And if I want to remove this file, the command that is used is remove rm abc.txt, and it asks me to remove it. I will say yes, and still permission denied. Sudo rm, and the file has been removed. So rm is the command to remove or delete any file, and it is really dangerous command. You have to make sure and take extreme care while using the remove rm command. Clear? Now let's move towards our other commands. cd opt ls-l. There is no file because it was cut paste. Now I will create another file xyz.txt. Sorry, sudo, and I will edit it nano because I am now in the opt directory. So opt DevOps Molvi users does not have the permissions, so I have to use sudo every time. Now this is my first line. Control X, yes. Make sure you practice these commands so you get your hands on these commands. And now I can see this file has been created. I want to remove it forcefully, then rm-fr command will be used. Now I'm again in my user, and I will see the file is still there. I will remove it abc.txt, and it is removed. Similarly, touch abc.txt, and I can use the rm-fr command, forcefully removing any file abc.txt, and it does the same job, but it forcefully removes and it does not ask for your permission. So these are the common commands to create files, to edit files, and remove and move or cut paste or copy paste files into some directories. Now we want to see the system's performance, commands related to processes. what is running on the server, what is causing server's performance downgrade. The most common command is top. The top command actually lists down the processes. Now you can see there is no workload on this VM, so you can see it's the same W command or uptime, date, and the uptime of the system, users logged in. For instance, if it is a web hosting company, then there are thousands of users logged in at the same time on a single server. So you can see their processes here. Now it is only the root user and DevOps Molvi which are using, and you can see that my DevOps Molvi is running the top command. So it is a really common command that is used to see the processes and their general details, the CPU and memory consumption of each process. Similarly, clear? Now I want to see the processes details. The command that is used to see the processes is process show ps, and if the same command is used with this switch ps minus aux, then I will get the full details. So aux, these are the switches that are used to get the more details about all the system processes. So this is really important command. Let me repeat it, ps minus aux, and you can see that all the details of the processes are shown here. You can find any zombie processes, the processes that are causing any malicious activities, PHP scripts or other processes, and you can kill them getting there. These are the process IDs. So ps minus aux command shares the full details of all the processes running on the system. Alright guys, now let's start from our command number 26, which is related to the disk space. I want to know the disk space, free space and used space on my VM. So the command is df, which stands for disk free, but it is not human readable. I don't know what is the size. This is not in human readable form. Not in gigabytes or MBs or terabytes. So in order to make it human readable, I will use another command, which is df minus h. Minus h is a switch which stands for human readable form. Now you can compare the output of both commands. This is, I don't know what is it. It's MB or GB or terabyte. No, but when I used the minus h switch, I can see that it is 192 MB. And now you can see that the total size of the main partition, the file system, the main file system is 10 GB, and 5.8 GB has been used, and I have 3.6 GB remaining. So df minus h is actually the command which tells us the used and free space of all the partitions on my VM. Similarly, if I want to know the partitions detail on my VM, I can use the following command, fdisk minus l. And it is saying that your permission is denied, so I will use sudo fdisk minus l and the password of DevOps Molvi. And now you can see the details of my VM's partitions with fdisk minus l. All the details of the partitions we can get from the fdisk minus l command. The main partition, as you can see, is dev sda, which is 20 GB, and I created only one partition when I installed this VM. So we have one main partition, and fdisk minus l is the command which tells us the partitions on your VM. Now if I want to know the disk usage of a single file or a single directory, I can use the disk usage command, du minus sh, and now it is showing us or telling us the full usage of this directory. I am at home DevOps Molvi, so the disk usage of home DevOps Molvi is actually the same. You can see it is 64 KB. But if I list down the files, I am not able to see any file. So there must be some hidden files or directories in this home user directory, which is home DevOps Molvi. So what command I will use? I will use ls minus la to see, and you can see that all these files are hidden, and the hidden files we can see them with ls minus la command. So the total size of these files is 64 KB. Now I want to know, for instance, let me go to .ssh directory and ls minus la. Let's see what is the size of this private key, du minus sh idrsa. So this single file is of 4 KB. Similarly, the size of this public key, du minus sh. So we can use the du minus sh command to know, to get the size of a single directory or a single file. Now, clear, I am going in etc directory. There are many folders and files, and ls minus l, for instance, this is update manager, and I want to know the size of this, sudo du minus sh and the folder or directory's name. It is 20 KB. And if I want to know the disk space of all these files and folders in a single go, I can use du minus sh and *. It will show us the disk space or disk usage of all the files and folders in that directory. So I will use the sudo. Now I can see this is 4 KB upower directory, it is 8 KB, and this is VMware tools 28 KB. So that's how we can use the du minus sh command to get the space or disk usage of each file and folder. Now, to summarize it, for instance, if there are any folders or files with the size of GBs and I want to get the list of those files only, so I will use the command in that way, du sudo du minus sh pipe symbol, status pipe symbol. Pipe symbol actually merges two commands. The next command is grep. Grep will find. Grep is the command that is used to find something. It is used to search something on your Linux VM. And I will use the capital G, which stands for gigabyte here. So I want to know if there are any folders or files with GB's size. That is mostly used in log purging. When the system goes out of space, we actually use this command to know the files, the log files which are in GBs. So I will run this command here, and there are no such files or folders here which are in gigabytes. cd var and lib, var log, and I can see the list of the log files. So let us find if there are any files in GBs. du minus sh clear, du minus sh pipe symbol grep g, and there are no such files with the size in gigabytes, and I will use k, and you can see that it is showing a lot of files which are in kbs. So I hope now you understand. That's how we get to know the disk usage of the files and folders. Now let's discuss some networking commands. So the most common command is ping. You can see that the side is up. Similarly, we can use this ping command to ping any server of our infrastructure. So ping is a common command to know whether the server is live or not. Now let's discuss some networking related commands, in which one of the most common command is ping. So ping google.com, and you can see that the site google.com is pinging. Similarly, we can change the domain, ping facebook.com, and this site is pinging as well. So ping is normally used to get whether the server or the site is live or not, and it is responding to ping or not. And if I want to know the IP address of a certain domain, I can use the dig command, dig google.com, and you can see the IP address of this google.com or domain is 192.178.24238. So dig is command that is used to get the DNS information of a domain name and the A record of any domain name. So dig is also a really common command to get the DNS information of any domain. Clear? Similarly, if I want to know the public IP address of my VM, so I love this command, by the way, curl ifconfig.me, and you can see that I have got the public IP address of my VM. So curl ifconfig.me, curl is a separate command as well. So this command is used to get the public IP address of my VM. So in order to get the private IP address, I can use the IPA command. IPA command tells me my private IP address. You can see it is 192.168.128. This is my private IP address, and this is my public IP address. So different commands are used to get the private and public IP addresses. So you have to make sure you know these commands, because these are extensively used in site reliability engineering and DevOps engineering. So curl ifconfig.me if I want to get the public IP address of my VM, and IPA, that is so simple, and it is used to get the private IP address. There can be multiple private addresses on this VM, so it will show all of them. The other command is ifconfig, but it is saying that ifconfig is not found but can be installed with apt install nettools. That is what I wanted to show you actually, that if some tool is missing on your VM, you can simply install it with apt install command. I will run this command in front of you, and it will install all the necessary packages related to the networking, and then ifconfig command will be able to run on this VM. So I will install it with sudo, and you can see that the whole utility of nettools, networking tools, will be installed on this VM. That's how we install any package, any software on Ubuntu. It is really simple and straightforward. I have to wait. Oh yes, it has been installed. Clear. Now if config should run. Alright, you can see that this is my Ethernet card and this is my private address, private IP address, subnet mask and broadcast address. So if config is also one of the most common commands to get the IP addresses information on Ubuntu and Linux servers. And apt install is a command that is used to install packages and software. I will run apt install nginx and it will install nginx web server on my VM. Apt install apache, it will install the Apache web server on my VM. That's how simple the installation of any tool or software on our Ubuntu VM. So apt install is also a very common command that is extensively used by the DevOps engineers to install the required softwares and packages. For instance, if any tool like Nano is installed, but I want to know the installation path, like in Windows, we know the installation path is in C and program files, right? But in Linux, I want to know the installation path, then I will use the which command, which, for instance, nano, and it is saying that your nano is installed in user bin nano. So which is also a common command, like which w, which who am I. So mostly their binaries are located in the user bin directory. So that would be the installation path, you can say, and we can know them, and we can know these installation paths with which command. Linux comes with a lot of daemons and services. For instance, we have worked with SSH. SSH is a service, or it's a daemon as well. And I have made some changes and I want to restart the SSH service. What would be the command? It would be sudo service SSH restart. And if I want to see the status, whether the service is running fine or not, sudo service SSH status. Now you can see that it is active and running, but I don't want to stop it because my terminal will be stopped as well. So that's how another command, which is sudo systemctl status ssh.service, and it shows the same output. So these commands are used to get the services status. Similarly, systemctl status nginx.service. So systemctl or the service commands are used to start or stop services or daemons, like systemctl start nginx, systemctl stop nginx. Similarly, service nginx stop, service nginx restart. So these commands are changed with start, stop, restart, status, and the rest of the command is the same. So you must know how a service or a daemon can be stopped, started, or restarted in a Linux VM. If I want to know the details of any command, I can use the manual, like man nano, and it will show us the complete manual and complete guide related to the nano editor. You can see, and all the details and other information about nano and its options we can see with the man command. It says that press Q to quit. I will press Q and you will quit. So similarly, man vim. And if you want to know the detail of any command, you can run manual vim, the command name. Alright guys, now I want to create a directory on my Linux VM. So the command that is used is mkdir, make dir, and my directory test1. I can see that the directory has been created, and if I want to remove it, rmdir and test1, the directory has been removed. So that's how we create the folders or directories on a Linux VM. Alright guys, this is our 43rd command now, and it is uname -a. If I want to know the Linux architecture, this is very common command, and you can see that it is 64-bit, uname -a. Now I want to know the host name of my machine. The command that is used is hostname. You can see it is DevOps Molvi com. So that's how we know the host name of the VM. The command is hostname, and we can change it as well. Sudo nano etc host name. So I can change the host name, but after changing the host name, a reboot is required to reflect the changes. The 44th command is echo, which displays or prints any messages on the CLI. For instance, I want to display echo hi, then hi is the output. So echo actually prints the messages like hey, what's up. So if you want to print any message in your script, that command is mostly used in the bash scripts. If you want to print any message at the end of the script or in the beginning of the script, the echo command is used. Clear? I want to see the history of all the commands that I have used. The command is history. You can see all the above commands I have been using and teaching you guys. I can see all these commands in the history of my VM. So you can see the history command is telling me the history of all the commands. Clear? So our 47th command is a dangerous one. It kills the processes, and for instance, I can see the running processes here on top, and if I want to kill any process, I just have to get the process ID. For instance, this is my process ID, and I will kill -9 and the process ID. It is saying that there is no such process because I have killed the top command. So I can kill any process using the kill -9, and if I know the process ID. So you can get the process ID from ps-aux. You can see the processes here. Just remember that if it is owned by the root user, you have to kill this process with sudo or via the root user. I hope you got my point. The processes of DevOps Molvi can be killed by the root user or the DevOps Molvi user itself. I cannot kill the process of another user from my user until and unless I am a root user or a super user. But the command is kill -9. Another command that is used to kill all the processes at one time is kill all. Kill all, and if you know the daemon that is causing, for instance, kill all ABC, the service name. Like most of the time we kill all the processes of HTTPD. So it kills all the processes related to that service. This command is mostly used in the web hosting companies when you have to bring back the HTTP service back to normal and kill the zombie processes or the overloaded server. Then you can kill all the HTTPD processes with this kill all command. The second last command of this lecture is apt update. I should have told you this command earlier, but we are going to work with this command extensively, so I will cover it in our second part as well. So apt update actually updates your software packages, your libraries, etc., and it runs with sudo apt update. Now you can see that it is these are some repositories from where the packages are being downloaded, and we normally run this command before any installation. For instance, if I want to install Nginx, if I want to install Docker, Jenkins, or Kubernetes, most of the time this command is actually run for the very first time, so that I have all the latest packages, libraries, and software versions, and this command takes a couple of moments to get updated. And the last command is to shut down your system from your PuTTY or your terminal, and it requires the root privileges, and it is init 0. Don't try this command on your production VM, because it will shut down your VM or your server. It is used to shut down any VM. So I'm winding up this lecture by turning off my VM with init 0 command. This is one of the dangerous commands, so make sure you don't run it on your production servers or QA servers or dev servers. Alright, the VM has been shut down, and it will take a moment to completely turn off, and that's how you can shut down your VM from your terminal. Another command is init 6. What is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? These are actually run levels. Run levels, that is a separate lecture, but init 6 actually reboots your VM, and init 0 actually turns off or shut down your VM. So you can see that now my VM has been shut down. I will try to log in again, duplicate session, and you will see that it won't respond. So VM has been shut down, and that's how we interact with terminal to run commands. So I hope that you guys like this lecture and this lab. I'm sorry it was a little longer. You can see now the VM is not responding because it has been shut down. So I will finish this lab here. In the next part, we will cover the next 25 more commands. Those commands are also recommended for DevOps beginners, and we will cover them in the next section of our chapter 8, and that would be part B. So I will see you in that lecture. I hope you guys will repeat these commands and you will practice all these commands. And you saw that all the commands were very simple to begin with, but you should know these commands at least in the first week of your DevOps career. If you have any questions, make sure to comment, and I would really appreciate that if you subscribe my channel and share the video. I will see you in the next lecture. Take care. Bye bye. Hey, what are you up to? Nothing special, sir. Just having some quality time. Do you want to add some more quality to your time? Sure, why not? Well, I have an exciting news for you. You told me that you have a dream to work for SpaceX. Yes, sir, I do. And the most amazing thing is that SpaceX runs on Linux. Wow. Their Falcon Heavy, the most powerful rocket with 5 million pounds of thrust, is powered by Linux. That's amazing, sir. So if you have a dream to work for SpaceX, you have to learn Linux. And there is another exciting news for you. DevOps Molvi is training on Linux. Oh, wow. amazing. He has just completed the basic Linux commands, so you can get started with Linux. And he will be covering all the Linux tools and tutorial other DevOps tools. So make sure to subscribe to his channel so your dreams can come true. Thank you so much for letting me know, sir. I will subscribe to DevOps Molvi and watch all of his videos. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed this video, and that's true, SpaceX runs on Linux. And all of the top Fortune 500 companies use Linux to power their infrastructure, and their servers run Linux. So in the part A of our chapter number 8, we covered the 50 basic Linux commands. And I told you that we will cover the rest of the commands in our part B. So I hope that you have practiced all those 50 commands. Now let's complete our next 25 commands so that our basics of Linux are clear. And guys, this is one of my sincere advices to you, that you should have a strong grip on terminal, because in Docker we will be using terminal, and there are Docker commands. In Git, there are Git commands, and Kubernetes. All these DevOps tools have their respective commands that run on Linux terminal. So I hope that you will have a good grip on Linux terminal. Let's complete our next 25 commands. And if you know all these 75 commands, you are good to go to start your journey with Linux. So let's get started. Alright guys, let's start our Linux commands. You can see on my screen that I'm logged in with DevOps Molvi user, and I want to use the same user to be a root user. I want to be a root user, but I don't want to use the root password. So the command used is sudo -i. Now I have to give the password of DevOps Molvi. I will enter the password of DevOps Molvi, and you can see that I'm in root. So the same password command, passwd command, is used to update the root password as well. So let me update the password of root. This is a revision. We have already covered this command in our part A. So the same process and same command, passwd, is used to update the root username, to update the root's password. If DevOps Molvi is not a sudo user, let's suppose that, and I want to use the root password to log in by a root user, so you can use the su- command, shift user. This command will always ask for you the root password, and now I have to use the root password to enter into root user. You can see, enter. Now I will not be giving the DevOps Molvi password. That's the difference between those two commands. In sudo, you have to give the username, the password of DevOps Molvi or that sudo user, and in su, which is shift user, sudo stands for super user do, su stands for shift user, and in su hyphen, this command asked for the root password, and sudo -i command asked for the user password, which is a sudo user. There would be a separate complete lecture how we can make a user as a pseudo user. Not every user is a pseudo user. I have already told you guys that. Since I have only one user, DevOps Molvi, I have been working with this user, so I have added this user to the sudoers file or wheel group. Now I will give the password, and you can see I'm in root environment. And who am I? And it's asked for root. And if I exit is the command to leave or get out of any terminal. Exit is our fourth command, you can see. So that's how we can move among users. If I have another user, I can use su command and the username. Su, for instance, su test1. Now I have to give the password of test1. So that's how we can log into the other users. Similarly, guys, we can use the useradd command to add the user on a Linux VM. Useradd minus M, it creates the home directory as well. Useradd minus M, my user. Sudo. I have to use the sudo command. So I have added my user. Now let's check in the home directory whether its home directory has been created. You can see my user has been created. So useradd minus M creates the home directory. Now if I don't want to have this user's home directory, for instance, if I create a new user, useradd sudo useradd, I will not use the minus M switch. Useradd dummy. Now there will be no home directory created. So my user, the -m switch actually creates the home directory of any user as well. Similarly, if I want to delete this user, sudo userdel command is used. Userdel minus R my user. Now you can see that my user home directory has been deleted as well. So we can also check our user's information in etc passwd file. Sudo nano etc passwd, page down. You can see the users are created here. All right. I have my DevOps Molvi user as well. I have a full detailed lecture on creating users and user management in Linux. I will add that link into the description so you can watch this out. So sudo clear, sudo userdel dummy, and this user has been deleted. Similarly, we can use the usermod command to change any user's credentials. Usermod stands for user modify. You can see that I have this node hello directory. I have used the git clone command to clone the full repository. This is actually a node hello repository, a GitHub repository. So I just copied this link and git clone and this URL. So it will download the full repository, and you can see that it is asking me that node hello already exists. So this is a git command. I'm just sharing it now, but we will definitely have a full lecture, full tutorials on git commands. There are a lot of git commands, and as a DevOps engineer you must know all these git commands. So git clone actually clones and brings the whole repository into a folder. Now you can see I have this git ignore. These folders are already downloaded when I downloaded or cloned this node hello repository. So now in node hello there are just dummy files, so I wanted to play with. Now I am going to create the archive tar file. So the command that is used is tar minus czvf, compress and make it .tar.gz and v verbose f forcefully. So these are just switches. C stands for compress, z for tar.gz stands for .gz, which is the extension, and v verbose f forcefully. And I want to node app.tar.gz. That would be the name of the tar file and the destination directory whom I want to create a tar. So I want to create the tar of node hello, and the name of my tar file will be node app.tar.gz. Alright, you can see the tar file has been created. Now there is a lot of the size different as well. The file has a size of 20K only, and the directory has 220K. When we have to store our large backups, we create their archives, their tar.gz files, and store them on S3 buckets or on our backup servers. Now I will remove the folder node hello. This folder has been removed, and I will extract this node underscore app.tar.gz file. Tar xzvf. X stands for extract and Z the tar.gz file. We verbose F forcefully and the name of our tar file. Now you can see we have our extracted node directory. So that's what tar and archival is used for. It is used to archive the backups. Similarly, now I will remove this node app and I will I will create the zip file. There is just a difference of extension. Zip node.zip. That's the simple command. Minus R recursively. So it will zip all the content inside that folder recursively, and node hello. You can see it has created the node.zip file. Now I will remove the node hello directory. Clear? I have node.zip, and unzip command is used to extract the zip file on Linux. ls-l. Now you can see that we have the extracted node hello app folder. I will remove node.zip. The archives on Linux are in red color. So every archived file like .tar.gz or zip file are in red color. Clear. Now I want to see the free memory on my Linux VM. The command is free -m. You can see the total memory of this VM is 2 GB, and I have used only 255. There is no load, there is not any huge resource consumption on this VM, so I have quite a lot of free memory. So swap memory is also around 2 GB. Swap is a virtual memory. When this VM goes out of the physical memory, that swap memory is used to keep the VM and the ongoing tasks running smoothly. That's the purpose of swap memory. It is just a virtual memory. So free -m command is used to find the free memory on your VM. Similarly, we have cat proc meminfo. This command also shares the details about our memory on the VM, and you can see all the details are shared with cat proc meminfo. And similarly, if I want to know about the CPU on this VM, the command is proc CPU info. Now you can see I have this model of CPU, and other information is shared about the process, about the processor, CPU family, etc. So cat proc CPU info is the command to know the details about CPU. For instance, if I want to know where is my node directory, I will use the locate command node, and it is saying that install. I will quickly install the locate command. That's how you can install any tool that is missing on your VM. Make sure that you install zip as well. Maybe it is not installed on your VM and it can be installed with apt install command. It has been installed. Now locate node. You can see that it has shared all the files and directories with with node. You can see node here, and it must have shared the node DevOps Molvi node hello. So locate command is used to find some specific directories or files. There are two commands to view the contents of any file. For instance, I want to see the 5 lines of my, let's suppose I have this package.json file, and I want to see the 5 lines, first 5 lines, top 5 lines. Then the command would be head -5 and package.json, the file name. You can see it has shared the first 5 lines of this package.json. If we can confirm nano package.json, and these are the same 5 lines. And similarly, if I want to see the last 10 lines, tail -10 and package.json, it will share the last of any respective file package.json here in this case. So head and tail are both different commands that are used to view or get the lines. We can change the number of lines, 10, 20, 30. Similarly, clear head, tail -20 index.js. It has shown us the last 20 lines if there are 20. And similarly, head -3 lines only, we will be able to see these 3 lines. -3 index.js. So you can see we are able to see this 3 line of index.js file. So that's how the head and tail commands work. If you want to view the specific lines, specific content of any file, you can use the head and tail commands. Now, if I want to count the number of lines in any file, the command is simple as well. wcount wcount -l package.json. It is saying that there are 20 lines in this file. Similarly, wcount -l index.js 12 lines. Similarly, if we want to count the number of words in any file, wc -w, the word w stands for words, and package.json, it is saying that there are 36 words. Similarly, wc -w index.js, and there are 36 words in this file as well. So that's how the word count command works. If we want to know the number of lines, the number of words, we can use wc command with -l or -w switches. The next command is one of my favorite, htop. You saw that we used top command to view the processes of any user. Similarly, we can use the htop command, and it is just a little bit more advanced form of top command, where we can see the memory usage in some beautiful color combinations. So you can see it is the same command just like top, showing real-time processes and their memory consumptions and their respective commands. So htop is one of my favorite commands used by the reliability engineers or monitoring server. Alright guys, now you can see the ownerships and permissions on these 4 files. The DevOps Molvi is the owner, and DevOps Molvi as group, and you can see we have these permissions. So we can change the permissions and ownership of any file. For instance, this index.js file has 644 as its permission, I want to change it to 755. chmod 755. I will create a separate tutorial. That would be our next Linux tutorial, where we will discuss the Linux ownerships and permissions, and these are just basics, so you don't have to worry about. chmod change modification 755 index.js. Now ls-l, you can see and compare the permissions have been changed. Similarly, if I want to change the modification of chmod 777 package.json, and this has been fully changed, and the user, this is the user, this is the group, and these are other users. So it has full permissions, which is not recommended at all for security purposes. We have 644 as our standard permissions on our files. chmod 644 index.js package.json. Now you can see our permissions have been changed. Similarly, we can change the ownerships. For instance, the DevOps Molvi is owning these files. I want to change them to any user like test1 chown sudo. I will have to use the sudo command. Clear? ls-l chown change ownership minus r. We can use the recursive, but it is not required here since it is only one file. Minus r switch is used for folders and directories that all need to be recursively changed their ownerships. And chown test1.test1 index.js sudo. Now I can see the ownerships have been changed. Similarly, if I want to change the group only and not the user, I will use clear sudo change group test1 package.json. And now you can see the test1 group has been changed, but the user is the same as DevOps Molvi. So that's how chmod, chown, chgroup, change group work, and these will be, and there will be a separate lecture where we will discuss the ownerships and permissions in Linux. The next command is used to know the run level of any VM. Run level, it should be 5, and there are total 6 run levels. The next command is to know the status of SE Linux. SE Linux is a kernel based security module. SE status, you can see that SE Linux is disabled. We can use the set enforce command, set enforce 0 to disable it and 1 to enable it. But since this SE Linux is disabled in the configuration file, I can quickly tell you guys sudo nano etc SE Linux and config. You can see it is permissive and not disabled. By the way, there are 3 modes, and it is now permissive, which says that SE Linux prints warnings instead of enforcing, and it is showing as disabled. We can change the configuration and set disabled or enabled here as well, and we have to reboot our system. I don't want to change it now, but you should have an idea about SE Linux and set enforce command and SE status commands. In our part A, we learned about the dig command, which shares the DNS info, and we also have another command, nslookup google.com, and it also shares the IP address, public IP address of any domain name. So nslookup name server lookup is the command used to know the public IP and domain name server information. You must know about links in Linux, how we can create soft links and hard links in Linux. The soft links are created with ln-s command and the hard links are created with ln command. So let's suppose that I am in pwd. I want to create a link of hard link of package.json here. So ln and node hello package.json, enter. Dot means the current directory. ls minus l, you can see that I have the package.json hard link created outside of the directory. Now if I change anything in this file, there would be definitely change. So that is the change. Now I will go to node hello, and that's the original file, which is package.json, and I will see whether the changes are reflected here. You can see it has been updated. So that's how hard links are created. And in order to create soft link, I will create a soft link ln minus s, clear, ln minus s. Let's suppose node hello index.js. I will create a soft link here. Now you would be able to see the difference between this soft link and this hard link. So hard link is a file, a separate inode created on this VM, and the soft link is just a link. It is a link, and this is a separate file. And you can see it is in the green color, light green color, and says it is a link, and it says that it is a file. So that's the difference between a hard link and a soft link. A hard link actually creates a separate linked file. That is a separate linked file, and this is the link file. I hope you are getting my point. In hard links, a separate file is created and it is linked with the original file, whereas only a soft link is created, but there are no files created stand alone in soft links. This is a soft link. You can see it is linked with index.js, and this is a hard link. Guys, we can use the scp and rsync commands to transfer, to copy or sync data among servers. Rsync is a very popular command to copy data among servers. Similarly, scp is also used for copying data on different servers. The command syntax is scp, secure copy. For instance, if I want to copy this to another directory, it works like scp. So scp sudo scp minus r recursively copy it node hello to /opt. You can see in opt we should have node hello folder. And if I want to copy to any other remote server, the command would be like scp minus p. For instance, that server has the port 3022, which is the SSH port, and your data abc.tar.gz remote user my user at remote underscore host, and the target directory like home directory. So that should be the complete command to copy data among different servers. The next command is to get the number of connections from a certain port. That command is simple. You can see netstat minus na, and it combines three commands. Now it becomes a little complex. So there are three commands now combined together to get the output of what is running on or how much there are connections on port 80. For instance, I want to know there are no connections because HTTP or Nginx is not installed on this server. So I have SSH port and I want to know the number of connections on port. SSH port is 5022, and you can see that there are three connections. There are three different sessions or connections created on this port. So this command is actually used in web hosting companies when you troubleshoot the brute force attacks or number of IPs targeting your port 80 or 443. So that command is extremely useful to know how much connections are created on a certain on any port. Word count, you can see word count, grep, network status, three commands are combined to get a single output. And I have worked a lot with this port in web hosting companies. Okay guys, let's finalize our commands tutorial. And I would like to share a couple of more commands regarding UFW, which is a firewall, uncomplicated firewall. Sudo UFW status, and it is saying that my firewall is inactive. I can enable it with the help of sudo UFW enable, and it is saying that command may disrupt existing SSH connections. Proceed with operation. I would say yes. Now our firewall has been enabled, and sudo UFW uncomplicated firewall status, you can see that our firewall is now active. Curl ifconfig.me, this is the IP address of my VM, and for instance, if I want to allow connections from this IP should be whitelisted only. Sudo UFW allow from IP address. You can see that the rule has been added. Now again, I will see the status, sudo UFW status, and you can see that this IP is allowed from anywhere. Now I want to deny a certain IP, then the rule would be sudo UFW deny from 23.243.45.56. That rule has been added. Now sudo UFW status, and there are now two rules. Now for instance, if I want to see the status numbered in numbered form, UFW sudo UFW status numbered in the form of numbered. Now there are two rules. This is number one rule, and this is, so we can delete the rules from their numbers. Now sudo UFW delete, for instance, number two rule. That rule is deleted, and if there are, for instance, 30 rules or 40 rules, you can run this sudo UF status numbered, means show me the rules in the form of numbers. Now if there are 10 rules, then each rule will have a separate number. So that's how you can delete any number. So that's how you get the rule numbers and delete them accordingly. For instance, I don't want to have firewall on my VM and I want to make it inactive once again, then sudo UFW disable command will disable the firewall and make it inactive. Now you can see that firewall has been stopped and disabled on system start. It means that if I reboot my VM, the firewall would be in the stopped state. And we can confirm it, UFW status, and now you can see it is inactive, and all these and all the rules have been flushed out. So these are a couple of commands regarding UFW firewall. Now our last command of today's tutorial, today's lecture, is init 6, which reboots the VM. You saw that in our part A we run init 0, and that command was used to shut down your VM. Init 6 is the run level. As I told you guys, there are 6 run levels on a Linux VM or a Linux operating system. So that would be our 6th run level, and init 6 will reboot our system. So make sure that you run this command with cautions because it will reboot your VM. So I will end this commands lecture here. I hope you guys liked this video and my earlier lectures, and I am sure that you are ready to start your journey with Linux. We will now dig deeper into troubleshooting, and we will proceed towards installation of some tools to know how can we install softwares or tools like LAMP, Nginx, Jenkins, Docker, Kubernetes. How can we install these tools on our VM? So these are some basic commands, 75 commands. If you know all of them, that would be great. And I recommend you to get your hands on terminal. You must be a terminal aficionado, because all the rest of the tools that are coming in our way are all managed and worked by this terminal, this black screen. As I told you that we are going to extensively work with our terminal. Docker commands, Git commands, Kubernetes commands, Nginx, they're all managed by this terminal. So make sure that you have now strong Linux basics, and I am sure that it will take only 1 day or 2 to get your hands all these 75 commands. And as soon as we start our Linux journey, we will be adding more Linux commands to our skill set. So finally, I would really appreciate your patience, and I appreciate that you are learning Linux with me. Now our next phase of our DevOps roadmap 2024 will be started with Docker. And honestly, I am super excited because Docker is one of the most favorite and highly demanded DevOps tool in the market right now. Buckle up, we are going to start with Docker. I would really appreciate if you subscribe my channel and support me by liking this video and sharing it among your friends. I will see you with a new potential and high energy on our first DevOps tool. That would be our first DevOps tool, which would be Docker. We have created our base just like Elon Musk has created a base for starships. So Linux is our base for our DevOps tools. Now we are going to learn about our DevOps tools like Docker, Terraform, Git, Kubernetes, Jenkins, CI/CD. And if you have any question regarding any of these commands, feel free to ask me in the comments, and I will answer your all questions and queries. And I will see you in the next video. Take care. Bye bye. And don't forget to subscribe my channel. Hey guys, I hope you're doing great today. Well, this is our Linux tutorial number 5, and in this tutorial we are going to discuss about user management in Linux. Let me share a common example with you guys. Whenever you join an IT company or IT firm, on your first day, a user is created for you on their platforms. For instance, that company is using AWS for their infrastructure, G Suite for emails, ClickUp, Jira, etc. A user is created on all these platforms so you can start working for that company. In the same way, as a DevOps engineer, you create users for the developers and other team members so that they can use and work on the VMs or the servers. Similarly, as a DevOps engineer, you create multiple users so that DevOps engineers or other fellow developers or QA engineers can work on those systems. And this is one of the most crucial topics, how to add users on a Linux server. So as a DevOps engineer, it is one of your core responsibilities to add users on Linux VMs, to revoke their access, to remove users, to change their passwords, etc. So there should be a question in your mind, why do we have to create multiple users on a single VM? And the answer is simple and straightforward, because we know that Linux is a multi-user system. So it means that more than one user can interact with the system at the same time. So if multiple people are using one system, it is the best and recommended practice to create their respective users to maintain and ensure their security and privacy. So there are a couple of points that you should remember while creating the users. You should know that only root user can create new users, or a user with sudo privileges is able to create new users or delete the existing users. So if we create new users, it is not recommended at all to add all those users in sudo. And in user management, you must know about the user ID. The user ID of system level users range from 0 to 999, 999. So if we create a new user for us, the ID of that new user will start from 1000. I will show you that practically, but it does not mean that we cannot change the user ID of any user. We can have a customized user ID of any user. So that is the range of system level users. The new users will have their IDs from 1000. I have created a user on my VM, which is DevOps Molvi. I hope that while watching my earlier lectures, you have been seeing that I'm using my DevOps Molvi users to run different commands on my VM. So that user has the user ID and group ID 1000. That is the only user added on my VM. So when we add more users, the ID will change from, for instance, 1000 to 1001 to and so on. But we can have a customized user ID of any user. Also guys, you have to remember that whenever we add a new user, the home directory of that user is not added by default. And what is home directory? A home directory is a folder, a dedicated space in which the user can keep their data. But remember that the home directory is not created by default. For instance, if I add a new user with useradd command, the home directory will not be added. And home directory looks like /home, like my DevOps Molvi. That is my home directory. Similarly, if I add a new user, the home directory will be user1 or test1, etc. But we have to use a specific switch to add the home directory. It is not added by default. We will check it practically on our VM. So guys, these are some basic concepts in user management on a Linux server. You must know about the system level users like root, www.data, http, bin, sys, system, etc. These are all system level users. We can have our own my custom user as a system level user, and the user IDs ranging from 0 to 999. The root user is the super user with user ID as 0 by default. When we add new users, their user IDs start from 1000 to onwards, and we have custom user IDs as well. So you must also know about the home directory, and when we add any user, its group is also added by default. For instance, if my user is DevOps Molvi or my user is user1 or test1, when I add a new user, its group is also added with the same user ID and group ID. Now let's start our hands-on lab, and in this lab we will be creating and deleting multiple users on our Linux VM. So let's get started. Alright guys, now let's start adding our first user on our Linux VM. So as I told you that you must be a root user or your user must have the sudo privileges to add more users. So my DevOps Molvi user has the sudo privileges, so I will use this user to add more users on this VM. So I will have to use sudo before any command while adding these users. So user add test1. So my user has been added. Now first of all, let's see if its home directory has been created or not. Cd home, and you can see that there is no home directory for test1 and it was not created by default. And then we will add a new user with its home directory created using the same command with a different switch. And how can I believe that my user has been created? So I can see the information in sudo nano etc passwd file. This file contains the information about the users and groups. And now you can see that the test1 user has been created with user ID 1001 and group ID 1002. So it means that 1001 group ID has been occupied by some other users. You can also see that my DevOps Molvi was created and its user ID and group ID is 1000. So as we have discussed, the system level users range from 0 to 999, and when we start adding more users, their user ID starts from 1000. So you can see that test1 has 1001 as its user ID. Now I will create a new user with home directory as well. Sudo useradd -m. -m will create a home directory as well. And test user, test, let's suppose I say test5. Alright, my user has been created. Now let's check if its home directory has been created as well. Cd home ls-l. You can see that its home directory is created as well. Now let's see what's the user ID and group ID of test5. So how can we see it? Sudo nano etc passwd, and you can see that the test5 user has been created with user ID as 1002 and group ID as 1003. So we can have custom user ID and group ID while creating user. So that's how we create users on Linux VM. Also, we can see the group information in etc group file, sudo nano etc group, and you would be able to see the group IDs and groups created here. User ID, user 1 is now, these are 3 groups of their respective users. Similarly, we have our DevOps Molvi group. You can see it. It is also added in sudo. It means that it has the sudo privileges. And you can see the group ID of root user is 0. So that's how we can check and confirm the user ID and group ID of a certain user. Also, we can have our customized home directory for any user. I don't want to have the home directory created in /home. I would rather want to have my home directory in /opt. So how can we create it? Sudo useradd -m -d. -d is the switch for home directory. Opt test9 test9. Now the test9 user will be created with home directory in OPT. Now let's see and confirm it. cd/home. You can see that the home directory was not created here. So I would go to OPT and you can see the home directory is created in OPT. So that's how you can have customized home directories as well. Now guys, how can we set the password of any user? For instance, I'm creating a new user and I have to hand over it to the team, to the developer, and I will definitely have to set the password. So the password command is used. Sudo passwd is the command to set passwords for the users, like user1. Oh, sorry, it is saying that, sorry, it is test1, my bad, test1. Now what should be the password? Set a strong password. All right, so my user has been created with a strong password and home directory. I will hand over this user to the respective employee or intern or developer or software engineer. So that's how guys you can have users added on your Linux VM. So if I want to see the user ID of any user, the command is sudo id test1 and it will share the user ID, group ID and groups of that user. So similarly sudo id test9 and we can have that information with the id command. You can see it. Sudo useradd -u, that you will have a specific custom ID like 1900 for 10. Now I will see the user ID test 10 and you can see that its UID has been 1900, which I have given, and this is how you can have customized user ID for your users. Now let's add a new user with any user command. For instance, sudo useradd -c. The command, this is a dev user and the user is dev, for instance. Now this user has been added with the default comment. This is a dev user. Now let's see what does the command shows in. Now you can see that the dev user has a default comment that this is a dev user. So that's how you can add comments while adding the user with -c switch in useradd command. Alright guys, the last command while adding a user, we can add the expiry date while creating a user. The command is sudo useradd, for instance, test11 new user -e expiry. I want to get this user expired on 31st December 2024. So 20, that would be the format 2024 and 12/31. Now how can I confirm the expiry date? The command that is used to confirm the expiry date is chage -l test11. You can see that the user test11 will expire on 31st December 2024. So that's how you can add the expiry date to the users. So you saw that we can add simple user, we added a user with home directory, we changed the password, we also changed the user ID of a user, and we also added a user with a custom comment and expiry date. Now we will start removing these users with the userdel command. I hope that you can add users in Linux with these commands, and you must try all these options while creating a user in Linux. The userdel command is used to remove the users. For instance, sudo userdel test1. The user has been removed. We can confirm it sudo nano etc passwd, and we should not see the user's information anymore in this file. So you can see that there are no such user like test1. So now we will remove this test9 user with its home directory. Sudo userdel -r. -r is the switch that would be used, and the home directory would be removed as well. Userdel -r test9. So now we can confirm in cd opt, because this user has a custom home directory and it should not be there now. So you can see it has been removed. So userdel -r command is used to remove a user with its home directory. Sudo userdel -r test5, and similarly we can remove test10 user with userdel command. Now we can see that, so userdel -r command will just remove the user. If there is home directory, it will remove that directory as well. So we can now confirm that the users test5 and test10 have been removed. Alright guys, now let's wrap up this lecture. You saw that how we added users, multiple users, using the useradd command. You also saw that we added a user with home directory with different user ID. Also, we discussed about the system level users and regular users. After that, we also added user with a custom comment and an expiry date. So I would recommend you must try all these options to add users on your VM. And after that, we removed the users with userdel command. The commands are simple and straightforward, and I hope that you will definitely try all these commands on your VM. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe my channel. I will see you in the next video. Hey guys, I hope you're doing great today. This is our Linux tutorial number 6, in which we are going to discuss about the difference between su and sudo commands. We are also going to learn how we can add a user in sudo. I mean, how a user can be granted with sudo permissions. Normally, when we add a user, it is not a sudo user by default. So we have to give the sudo permissions to a user so that it can execute all the Linux commands without the root user. The main advantage of sudo user is that we don't have to share the root password to execute the system commands. But first of all, we should know about the difference between su, which stands for shift user. Su stands for shift user, and sudo stands for super user do. Su command. Now let's discuss their difference. The main difference between su and sudo is that the su command, this command requires the password of the target user. We will definitely see it in our lab session. And sudo command, it needs the password of the current user. Now let's understand the scenario. For instance, if I am logged in with user 1, this is my user. I am logged in with user 1 and I want to switch to root user. When I will run the su command, it will ask for the root password. Then I will be able to switch to the root user. But if the same user user1 is a sudo user, then we don't have to give the root password. Instead, we will just give the user1 password and we will be in the root user. So that's the main difference between these commands. In shift user su command, you have to type the password of the target user. For instance, the target user is user 2, 3, 4, 5. Whenever we are going to use the su command, we will have to enter the password of all those target users. For instance, if I am using su test2 test, these are all my target user and I am logged in with user 1. Whenever I want to switch to test2 user, test3 user, I will have to type their respective passwords. But in sudo user, we don't have to type the passwords of the target user. And one of the greatest advantages of sudo is that we can execute system commands that require root privileges. So therefore, all the administrative and executable tasks in Linux require root privileges, and root has those privileges by default. So with the help of sudo user, we get those privileges. For instance, if I am logged in via a user 1 and if it is a sudo user, I can restart Apache, I can restart Nginx, and it is possible only if the user 1 is a sudo user. And that's the second point of our discussion, that how we can add a sudo user, or how we can grant sudo permissions to a user in Linux. So in my earlier lectures, you saw that I have been using the DevOps Molvi user, which is a sudo user, and I have been executing all the system commands with that sudo user. And DevOps Molvi is a sudo user because it is added to the sudo group. So guys, as I told you in the beginning of the lecture, that not every user we add on Linux is a sudo user. We have to grant the sudo permissions to a certain user in Linux. And when that user has sudo permissions, it becomes stronger. It has the root power to execute all those commands that a root user can do. So I hope you now understand the difference between the su and sudo commands. Both are common Linux commands that are used by the DevOps engineers and systems administrators. The key difference is su needs the password of the target user, whereas the sudo user does not need the password of the target user. Instead, you have to put the password of your current user. Now let's try both commands on our Linux terminal. Alright guys, now let's add our first user. Sudo useradd Alice and the password of my current user. Now you can see that the user Alice has been added, but since it is not a sudo user, it does not have the privileges to execute all the sudo commands or system commands. We can check it now practically. I will now give the password of this user sudo passwd Alice. And now this is the password of Alice. You can see the password has been updated. Now I will use the su command to shift into the Alice user, or to log into the Alice user. Su Alice. Now it will ask for the password of Alice. I am logged in. You can see who am I, Alice. Now if I want to execute or run any system command like apt update, sudo apt update, it is not a sudo user, by the way. I just added Alice in front of you guys. Since it has not the sudo permissions, you would be able to see password of Alice. Now it is saying that Alice is not in the sudoers file. This incident will be reported. clear. You can see I will run again sudo apt update the Alice password. It is saying that Alice is not in the sudoers file. This incident will be reported. Since we just added the Alice user in our Linux VM, we have not given any sudo permissions to this user, and that's why it is not able to run any system commands. Like for instance, if I run sudo service SSH restart, now this command needs root privileges or sudo privileges, but since Alice is not in the sudoers file, it will not be able to run the system commands. I will log out from this user. Now, the first thing that we learned is that we can use su shift user command to log into any user. For instance, if I want to log into root, su root, then it will ask for the root user's password. I will type the root password. I'm in root user, but we learned that while using the su command, we have to give the password of the current of this user. For instance, if it is root, if it is test1, if it is test2, 3, 4, any user, we have to give that user password. Now I will exit and I will add another user so that we are sure about this command. Sudo useradd, I will now add with home directory so that we can repeat the command, and Alice Bob. Now Bob is added. passwd Bob. Now I will set the password. Now I will log in to Alice, su Alice. Now from Alice I would log in to the Bob user, su Bob. Now I will have to give the the password of Bob. Now I am in the Bob user. So that's how we can switch among different users in Linux. You saw that I have added two users, Alice and Bob, and I have used the su command, but each time I have to type or give the password of that target user. Exit. Now I'm again in Alice user, but I want to use the password of Alice user to switch or to go into the root user. But since this is not a sudo user, I would not be able to go into the root user. Now sudo command sudo -i. Now the password of Alice, but since it is saying that it is not in the sudoers file, I would not be able to go to the root user from the Alice user. But since our DevOps Molvi user is in the sudoers file, I am able to go into the root user. You can see it. I have used the password of DevOps Molvi and I am in the root user. So one of the greatest advantage of sudo is that it protects and keeps your root password secure. You don't have to use the root user's password. Now there are two further things that we need to understand. The first thing is sudo group. How can we grant sudo permissions to a user in Linux, or how we can add a sudo user in Linux? Now there are two files we need to understand: sudo nano etc group. Now you can see that there must be a sudo group. Yes, this is the sudo group, and DevOps Molvi is already added in sudo group. Now we will grant sudo permissions to both Alice and Bob users, and we will see what happens to this etc group file. The second thing is that sudo nano etc sudo. It is saying that it is a read-only file. You can see that sudoers or the sudo group, the members of this group are able to execute any command. That's what I wanted to show you guys, that this is the sudo group actually added in etc sudoers file. You can see that root user has all the privileges, and if a certain user is added to the sudo group, it will definitely have the full power of a root user. So you can see that this sudo has the same privileges. If we compare root privileges, you can see that it is able to run all the commands, system command. Similarly, the users added in the sudo group sudo, they can also execute all the commands, system commands in Linux. Now guys, you saw that we added two users, Alice and Bob. You also saw that I used su command, shift user command, and I switched between Alice and Bob and DevOps Molvi. So su command requires the password of the target user. You also saw that Alice and Bob, both users, were not able to run system commands because both users are not sudo users. So how can I grant them sudo permissions, or how we can add them to sudoers or the sudo group so that they can also execute the system commands? There are two ways. Number one, sudo user mod command, user modify -a g. G, capital G stands for group, sudo, this is the sudo it and Alice. Now let's try to learn this command. It says that modify the user and add this user, capital G stands for this group, add this user to the sudo group. Which user? Alice. So simply modify the Alice user and add this user to the sudo group. That's what this command means. Now our Alice user has been added to the sudo group. Now again, sudo nano etc group, control W, sudo. You can see that now Alice is added in sudo group. Similarly, we can add sudo user mod -a ag sudo Bob. Also add Bob to the sudo group. Sudo, and now you can see Bob has also been added to the sudo. Now I will log in to the Alice user, su Alice, and since Alice is a sudo user, I would be able to log in to the root user without sharing the root password, sudo -i. Now I will have to give the Alice password and I'm in root. So sudo apt update. Now Alice user is able to run all the system commands. You can see that I'm able to update my system with sudo command from the Alice user. Now Alice has all the powers that a root user has. So similarly, let's check out who am I. I'm Alice. Now I will log in to the Bob user, su Bob, and sudo minus. Now it is asking for the Bob user's password. I will enter the password. Now you can see we are able to switch to the root user from the Bob user. So Bob is now also in sudo. And exit sudo service SSH restart. I'm able to run the system commands from the Bob user, which is now a sudo user. Sudo apt update. So that's how we can grant sudo permissions to the users in Linux. Now there is another way to add any user to sudoers. It involves direct modification of the sudoers file. For instance, if I want to add a user, sudo useradd dummy. Now this is not a sudo user and I don't want to use the user mod command. Instead, I will use the sudoers file to grant this user sudo permissions. Sudo nano etc sudoers. This file is read only, but this is not the safe way because we have to edit this file etc sudoers, and dummy user will have all the privileges of a root user. That's how we can add any user to the sudoers file so that it has all the root privileges. I will exit. Now you can see cat etc sudoers. Dummy user has been added to the sudoers file. Sudo passwd dummy, and I will set the password for dummy user. Now I will log in to the dummy user as dummy. Since we have added this user to the sudoers file, it should be able to run all the system commands. Sudo apt update. Now you can see that the dummy user has all the sudo permissions. So that's how, guys, we can add any user to the sudo group, but it is not recommended at all to add all the users to the sudo group. We should have only one user that should be a sudo user. Not all the users should be given the sudo permissions. We also learned the difference between su and sudo commands, and I hope that the concept and the difference between both commands is clear now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask those questions in the comment box. I will see you in the next tutorial. Hi guys, I hope you're doing great today. Whether you are a fresher or an experienced DevOps engineer, you must know these Linux interview questions with your answer. For a DevOps engineer, you will be asked about the Linux operating system. So I have tried to cover up the most and frequently asked Linux interview questions with your answers. These are top 50 Linux questions with your answers. So let's get started. This is our question number 1. What is a Linux kernel? This is one of the core components of Linux operating system, and that's why the answer should be Linux is an open source operating system that is made up of the kernel, the base component of the OS. This is the brain of Linux operating system, and the tools, apps, and services bundled along with it. So if there is no kernel, there is no Linux operating system. That kernel is used in many computer systems worldwide. These are all Unix based operating systems, and Linux kernel is the core component of Linux operating system. Question number 2. What is swap memory in Linux? If you run free -m command, you would definitely see the swap memory. So It is also most frequently asked question about the swap memory. We have the physical memory on our VM. What is swap memory or virtual memory? Swap memory in Linux is an extension of physical RAM, offering virtual memory that helps maintain system stability and performance. It allows processes to continue running when RAM is fully used and prevents memory error. It means that when our RAM, actual physical memory, our system goes out of our physical RAM or physical memory, that swap memory is used and it holds our back so that there are no memory errors on the system. Question number 3. What are the core components in Linux? And there are actually 5 core components on Linux. The number 1 is definitely kernel, which was our first question, and it is the core component of our Linux operating system, which manages operations and hardware. The second component is shell, which is a Linux interpreter, and it is used to execute Linux commands. We covered 75 Linux commands in our earlier lectures, and you saw that we use terminal or Linux shell to execute all those commands. If there is no shell, where would you execute the Linux commands? So it is one of the core components of Linux operating system. The number 1. The number 3rd is GUI, graphical user interface, which is another way for a user to interact with the system. But unlike CLI, GUI consists of images, buttons, text boxes for interaction, and it is recommended for desktop systems. Developers use graphical user interface on their personal computers, laptops, and it is also one of the core components of Linux operating system. System utilities, these are software functions that allows the user to manage the computer like softwares, etc. Core component is application programs like software programs or set of functions designed to accomplish a specific task. So these are 5 core components you must know. Question number 4. What is a Linux shell, which is one of the core components of Linux operating system? We have covered Linux kernel, what is Linux kernel, and now what is Linux shell. The Linux shell, also known as command line shell or simply a shell, where we execute and type commands and get specific outputs, right? Is a program that provides a command line interface for interacting with the Linux operating system. So if I want to use or go into the home directory, I would definitely use the Linux command line or shell to type cd/home. If I want to edit any file in etc directory, definitely I would write nano command etc shells etc shadow. So I would definitely use the Linux shell to type all those commands. So it acts as an intermediary between the user and the operating system, allowing users to execute commands, run programs, and perform various tasks through the terminal. So actually a terminal is a shell, and there are quite a lot of types of Linux shell like bin bash, sh, etc. We will have that question as well. So in order to run all those commands, we definitely need shell. And like for instance, if I want to install Nginx, I would definitely need Linux shell to run apt install Nginx. So that's the importance of Linux shell. You can also explain the interviewer about the importance of Linux shell. Question number 5. What are the types of shells in Linux? There are actually 5 types of Linux shells like bash, ksh, csh, zsh, and fish. Every Linux shell has an abbreviation, and bash is one of the most commonly used Linux shell, which stands for born again shell, and it is default for most of the Linux distributions. Korn shell is a high-level programming language shell for development for Linux developers. CSH C shell follows C-like syntax and provides spelling correction. So if you don't know their purpose, you must know at least the types of Linux shells, but I would like to explain all the types and their purposes to you guys so you have a better understanding. ZSH Z shell provides some unique features such as file name generation, start of files, login, logout, watching, closing comments, etc. And Fish friendly interactive shell, which provides some special features like web-based configuration. So these are the 5 types of Linux shells. So we saw the core component of Linux operating system. As a Linux engineer or a DevOps engineer, you must know about Linux, Linux kernel, and the components of Linux operating system and Linux shell. Now the types of shell. So now we are moving along with system development to system management. These are all the parts of system management. These are the core components of Linux operating system. Now, what is an inode in Linux? Inode is a file. An inode number is a uniquely existing number of all the files in Linux and all Unix type systems. When a file is created on a system, a file name and inode number is assigned to it. So each file on Linux operating system will definitely have a Linux inode. Question number 7. Which Linux file types do you know? I'm asking you guys. So there are 6 types of files. We mostly interact with the top 2, which are regular files, directory files, directory D hyphen, which is a regular file, block file, character device file, symbolic link file, it is also commonly used, and socket file like mysql.sock file, socket file, symbolic link files, link files. So these are file types you must know. Question number 8. What is the difference between telnet and SSH? And the difference is quite simple. Telnet transfers the data in plain text, while in SSH data is sent in encrypted format, which means that telnet is less secure and SSH is more secure because SSH sends the data in encrypted format via a secure channel. Telnet uses port 23. Now it is also another question, Linux interview question, that what is the port of telnet, what is the port of SSH. It is also an important interview question, what is the port of telnet, which is 23. So it is designed specifically for local area networks, LANs, whereas SSH runs on port 22 by default and it is used for wide area networks bands. So you must know about the difference between telnet and SSH. Question number 9. What is awk command and what does it do? Awk is mostly used for pattern scanning and processing. It searches one or more files to see if they contains lines that matches with the specified patterns and then perform the associated actions. So it is mostly used for transform data files and produce formatted reports. It means that it brings unorganized data into organized form. That is the main purpose, main function of the awk command. Question number 10. This is really a common question and you must know about the zombie processes. What is a zombie process and what could be the cause of it? How a zombie process is created? The answer is a zombie process is a type of process that has completed its execution but still has an entry in the process table. It is not killed completely. So zombie processes are typically created when a child process terminates but its parent process fails to collect its termination status. So it means that that child process is still running and it becomes a zombie process, and its parent process does not know about its termination. So it becomes a zombie process. Question number 11. What does an and, this operator and, after a command do? If a command finishes with an operator, what would be its purpose? The answer is you will get your shell prompt back while the command executes in the background. It doesn't mean that the command will hold your shell. If we use the AND operator in the end of the command, you will get your shell back so that you can run other commands. Question number 12. What is cron tab? You must have heard about scheduling jobs in cron. So cron tab is used for that purpose. So it is a short form of cron table. Cron tab stands for cron table, and it is a file which contains the schedule of various cron entries that should be run at specified times. How can we edit the cron tab, and what does each status mean? If you want to schedule a process to run on specific day of the week at specific hour, how can you schedule that process? So you have to edit those status values, and cron tab -e is used to edit that cron and those 5 status. There are 5 status, and those 5 status represent different time intervals like minute, hour, day of the month, and day of the week. Question number 14. What is SSH port forwarding in Linux? It is also known as SSH tunneling, and it is the process of transmitting data over an encrypted secure shell connection between a local and distant server. Guys, SSH port forwarding is actively used in the companies, and it is one of the most secure way to access your remote servers using SSH tunneling or port forwarding. Question number 15. How to know which process listens on a specific port? Your Nginx server is running, Apache is running, but you want to know which process is running on this port 80. So we can use the netstat -lntp pipe symbol grep -w and replacing port with 80, 443, 22, and we can find the specific process running on that specific port. So you have to change the port here, and this command is really important. So you have to watch what processes are running on which port. Also, we can use the ls-off command as well. So both commands are used. I personally use the netstat command. And also guys, it merges. You can see the pipe symbol. 2 commands are merged together to find the output. Netstat stands for network status, and grep will find what is running on port like 80, 443, 22, 53, etc. Alright guys, now our question number 16. What is grub? Grub is a bootloader program, and it is a program which is responsible for managing the boot process. There is a file in etc related to grub, so you must have an overview or a general knowledge about grub. Basically, it takes over from the BIOS and system startup and loads the kernel into the memory. The kernel then loads the operating system and its components. So grub actually interacts with kernel, like I said, and then your operating system is loaded. If your grub files and key files or boot files get corrupted, you have to run fsck file system check to get your operating system back. Question number 17. How to check the resource utilization in Linux? You have your Linux VM and it gets sluggish, your websites are getting down, your apps are getting down, you have to find what are the resource utilization processes, what are the processes that are consuming a lot of memory, a lot of resources, a lot of CPU. So these top four commands give you a general overview of the processes and the load on your server or your VM. Free or free minus M, it displays the amount of free and used memory in the system. Top command displays the Linux processes which are currently running with your CPU or memory utilization. HTOP, these are all commands I have covered in our Linux commands for beginners tutorials. HTOP is a little advanced form of the top command, and it is interactive system monitor and process viewer and process manager. And vmstat displays the virtual memory statistics. So these are actually top four commands that give you an overview of the processes of the current running processes. For more detailed insights, you have to run the ps commands or ps-aux. You have to watch out the logs, error logs, server logs, var log messages, etc. So at least you must know these top four commands to find the resource utilization. Question number 18. What are the process states in Linux? Whether a process is ready, it is running, stop, wait, or zombie. So there are actually 5 states of a certain process in Linux operating system. And each state means something. The ready state, the process has already been created and it is ready to run. The running state means that the process is alive or being executed. The stop state means that the process finished running and was terminated by the operating system. Wait, the process is waiting for some user input. And zombie process, which has been terminated but the information still exists in the process table. So these are 5 states of a process in a Linux operating system. Question number 19. What is the difference between soft and hard links? We create soft and hard links on Linux with ln and ln-s commands. So there is a difference between the soft link and hard links. A soft link can be linked to either a file or a directory. If the original file is removed, the soft link breaks down. And a hard link is a file shortcut that links the actual contents of a file, unlike a soft link which only contains the file path. It's the same size as the original file and shares the same inode number as the original file. So in soft link, if the original file is removed, the link gets broken down. Whereas in hard link, the separate inode of that original file is created. And if you create any changes in the linked file, those changes are replicated in the original file. So in hard link, a shortcut of the actual file is created. Question number 20. What are the key files to check the server boot logs? And these are the key files: var log messages, which is often used by the server's administrators to check the server boot logs, or dmessage. Question number 21. How will you automate the rotation of logs in Linux? Logs create hard disk space to get full, so they must be rotated or purged so we don't get any issues regarding disk space on our Linux VM. So the log rotate command is used, and it is typically scheduled to run on a daily basis via the cron job. We discussed about cron tab and cron job. So cron jobs are used to schedule such processes like log rotate. When this log rotate command will run, it will empty the log files and we will get free disk space on our server. Question number 22. What is FSCK? File System Check. And it is also one of the most asked interview questions. What is FSCK? And the system utility FSCK is a file system consistency check, and it is a tool for checking the consistency of a file system in Linux. FSCK also checks for file systems for errors or outstanding issues. Let me share a short quick example. For example, if you don't shut down your VM and it forcefully gets shut down on the other boot, the system will have the FSCK and it will check all the files, necessary boot files, bootloader files, and FSCK automatically fixes all the system files with issues or errors. And that's our next question, that how can we force FSCK to do a file system check? And we can use the -f-f option in the FSCK command to forcefully check the file system. For instance, FSCK -f my partition, the partition on which we want to run the FSCK. The question number 24, what is LILO? LILO stands for Linux Loader. LILO is a Linux bootloader that loads Linux operating system into the main memory to begin execution. So when it is about LILO, it is just a Linux loader. Question number 25, which command is used to record sessions in Linux? And the answer is the script command is used to record sessions in Linux. Question number 26, what is the port number of rsync? Like the port number of SSH is 22, port number of HTTP is 80, HTTPS 443. Similarly, what is the port of rsync? Rsync is a famous command which is used to copy data or files or folders or tar files among remote servers, and its port is 873. Question number 27, which is faster, rsync or SCP? Both commands are used to copy data among servers. Rsync will obviously be faster than SCP if the target already contains some of the source files, since rsync only copies the differences. That's the reason, because SCP copies the whole data all over again, but rsync finds if some of the files already exist on the target server, it will skip those files. So it means that rsync will be faster. Question number 28, what is the difference between head and tail commands? Both commands are used to view the contents of the files. So the main difference between both commands is head prints the lines from the beginning, from the above of the file, and tail prints the lines from the end of the files. Just like their name said, head and tail. Question number 29, what is the etc host file in Linux? As a DevOps engineer, you interact with this file a lot because we have to test applications on certain domains, etc. So this etc host file is a simple text file. However, it is a simple just a text file, but its purpose is huge, and it maps the IP addresses to host name. It serves as a local DNS lookup table for the system. It is a mini DNS server, you can say, on your Linux VM, allowing users to define host name to IP address mappings without relying on external DS server. For instance, if I want to test my application and I will create a local domain, myabclocal.pk, myabclocal.com, and I can map it on any private IP using the etc host file. Question number 30. How do you terminate an ongoing process? For instance, if a process is consuming CPU or memory resources and you want to kill it, you want to terminate it, then we can use the kill command followed by the PID, process ID, to terminate that process. Usually the syntax of that command is kill -9 PID, which can be 1234. Question number 31. While writing a bash script, how can you append one file to another in Linux? So we can use the operator, this sign, which appends the output of the named file. If there is file 1 and I want to append the output of that file in file 2, then I would definitely use this operator. Question number 32. What is the tree command in Linux? The tree command in Linux is used to display the directory structure in a tree-like format. You might have seen this structure like this directory and its further subdirectories, so it becomes a tree-like format, and the tree command is used to display that structure. Question number 33. What is the difference between TCP and UDP? One of the most important questions. TCP is a connection-oriented protocol, whereas UDP is a connection-less protocol. That's the main definition that you must know. But it also means that TCP requires connection prior to the communication, but the UDP does not require any prior connection. That's why TCP is connection oriented. It needs a connection. Question number 34. How do you configure a DNS client on a Linux system? Or it can be asked that which file is used to configure a DNS client on a Linux system? The answer is etc resolve.conf file, and we can edit it and add the IP address of the DNS server and restart the networking service network restart to reflect the changes. Question number 35. Name a few tools to monitor traffic on a Linux system. For instance, you are working for a web hosting company and you have to monitor the load, the traffic, the users on your server, on your app or your website. These are the commands that are specifically designed for monitoring traffic or network packets on Linux systems. NTOP, which is a web-based network monitoring tool. IFTOP, a command line tool that displays networking traffic in real time. TCP dump, one of the most common commands, which is a command line tool, and it is used to capture network packets and display them on the console. For instance, if your server is facing connectivity issues, we can also use TCP dump to find where our packets are getting lost or missing. And Wireshark, which is a graphical network protocol, and it is used to analyze the traffic and capture traffic. So these are 4 tools that are used to monitoring traffic. Question number 36. Which file contains network interface configuration information? If you run ifconfig command, you can see the network interfaces on your VM, on your server, and these network interfaces information is stored in etc network interfaces file. Question number 37. How to get the public IP of any Linux VM? For instance, if you log into an EC2 VM on AWS, you can get the private IP easily. If you run ifconfig, it will show you the private IP address, but this is one of my favorite commands to get the public IP address of that VM, and it is curl. C is small caps, curl ifconfig.me. You will get the public IP address. Make sure you have curl installed on your VM. Question number 38. What do you know about IP tables command? Now our Linux networking questions are coming out, and IP tables, which is a firewall tool, this command is used to configure the firewall rules on a Linux system. IP tables is used for configuration of firewall rules. If you want to block IP addresses, block any ports, allow IP addresses, or allow any ports, you can use IP tables. We can use UFW as well. Uh, what is the IP tables command used for? I mean, you know about IP tables. It is used to configure firewall rules. But why we use IP tables command? And the answer is it is used to allow or block traffic based on various criteria such as IP addresses, protocols, and ports. It means that we can block IP addresses, we can block protocols, ports like ping or ICMP port is usually blocked on the Linux servers to avoid any spoofy traffic or malicious traffic. So IP tables command help us. And the next question is coming about this, how we can block an IP address, which is question number 40. What would be the command to block an IP address using IP tables? And this command, IP tables minus capital A input, where minus S, you have to write the IP address here. You have to replace 4444. This is just a dummy IP address. Minus J drop. The drop parameter in this command will block the IP address. And if we want to allow this IP address, then we will replace drop with capital accept, ACCEPT, accept. Then this IP will be whitelisted. What's the best Linux distro for cyber security? And the answer is Kali Linux. Kali Linux is one of the most favorite Linux distributions of hackers, and they use Kali Linux for cybersecurity, pen testing, penetration testing, etc. Question number 42. Which is the most secure mechanisms, password authentication or SSH keys, and why? You saw that we can log in to any Linux VM using the password or SSH keys, but I would recommend that we should always use SSH keys because SSH keys are more secure. That's the answer. And SSH keys are more resistant to hacking. Why? Because they are harder to guess or steal than passwords. Passwords can be guessed and can be stolen, but it is hard to guess the keys. Question number 43. How do you know if your Linux server is secure? How would you know that? Because as a DevOps engineer, you have to check active logins and previous logins on your VM. Last command is used, as we discussed this command in our commands tutorial. Check previous commands, history command is used. Check all the system processes with using top, if top, ps minus aux, etc. And check network processes, netstat on specific port, and we must terminate if we think that such processes, any processes, given processes are zombies or unauthorized processes that are not required to run on our system. So that's how this is a daily practice. It is not once in a lifetime job or once in a lifetime process. This is one of the daily routines that we have to keep an eye on our Linux servers so that they are secure. Question number 44. Tell me a couple of steps to increase Linux server security. This is one of the very important questions. How can you secure your Linux server? And the main steps are to keep the server up to date. I mean, if there are any tools like PHP plugins or web applications, anything, we must keep them up to date. We must update our Linux kernel. We must update our Linux kernel and apply patches. Create a privileged account to avoid mistakes. There must be only one account that has the sudo privileges, etc. Set up secure SSH keys and passwords. Reduce unnecessary services for added security and set up a reliable firewall like IP tables. Fail to ban is also a tool which is used to block IP addresses and improve your security, server security with two-factor authentication. So these are some of the basic steps in which we can increase our Linux server security. Alright guys, question number 45. Name a few Linux server monitoring tools. And I hope that you might have worked with all of them or some of them. Anyhow, Nagios, Datadog, Zabbix, Monit, Prometheus, Grafana, and these are Linux server monitoring tools which are used to monitor the server's performance, disk space, traffic, load, etc. These tools are mostly used by the server health teams or site reliability engineering teams. Question number 46, an easy one, to name a few Linux distributions. You can expect such questions even if you are highly experienced guy, but Ubuntu, Debian, Fedora, CentOS, Arch Linux, Linux Mint, and Red Hat Linux. These are some of the most famous Linux distributions. Anyhow, there are over 500 guys. There are over 500 Linux distributions available. These are some of the most famous. Question number 47, our third last question in this tutorial. Which file stores the encrypted user passwords? For instance, you set the password of a user1 with passwd. It is saved somewhere on your system, and etc shadow encrypts that password and saves in this file. So etc shadow is the file which stores encrypted user password. Second last question. Which command is used to change the Linux system time zone? When you run date command, you see UTC, EST, GMT time zones, and if I want to change the time zone, the command which is used is time and date CTL control. Time date CTL. What does curl command do? Curl stands for client URL and it communicates with a web or application server. Curl stands for client URL. Curl client URL and it communicates with a web or application server by specifying a relevant URL. That URL can be localhost. Like if I want to know whether my application is running on localhost, I would type curl localhost port 8080. That's how we use this command and the data that needs to be sent or received. So that's how we know if our application is running on that port. And that is our last question, question number 50. How can we check the architecture and distro of a Linux VM? You logged in on a VM and you don't know whether your server or VM is 32-bit or 64-bit and the type of processor and what is installed on it. It is Debian or Ubuntu or Fedora. The uname-a command shares the architecture info of a Linux server. I would like to end these questions tutorial with easy ones. These are some easy questions, and the file etc issue contains the information of the installed Linux distribution and its exact release. Cat etc issue and you will find the distribution installed with its release, like 22 Ubuntu 22.04 24.04. Thank you so much guys, and I would like you to please subscribe DevOps Molvi on YouTube. So these are some of the most frequently asked questions regarding Linux. I will try to cover more and more with more advanced questions in the future. If you have any questions, please write down those questions in the comments, and I will try my best to answer each one of them. I would really appreciate if you subscribe DevOps Molvi on YouTube, like this video and share it among your friends. I will see you in the next video.